Hello, mic test. Okay. Oh my god. I was talking for like 5 or 6 minutes. I was talking for 5 or 6 minutes for that. And I didn't realize that the mic is not connected. Alright. Great. Professional streamer. Indeed. Very professional. But anyway, I'm really sorry about that. I actually said a lot of things. But I guess we can just go ahead. I don't mind. I don't mind going over again. But anyway, hello, and welcome to the stream. It is I, your armored VTuber, Ryu Shinden, salaryman by day, armored VTuber by night, an armored fighter as well, or whenever my work schedule allow me. And welcome to the stream. I was mentioning earlier that it is a chilly night of Thursday here in where I am. It's probably still Wednesday. No, it's Friday already here, but it's probably Thursday for some of you. For some of you, it might be still up in the morning or the afternoon at least, but here it's already an hour and 30 minutes after midnight. And I just got out of work, and I'm sorry for not being punctual. I got a lot of things on my plate earlier before I even logged out of work. But that's all settled. That's already it's already taken care of. So I'm sorry if I'm late, but here we are on the stream, and I was muted earlier, so I'm sorry about that. Because for some reason, my OBS did not detect my mic for some reason. It's weird. Excuse me. But anyway, um, it's already my day off, and I figured that why not stream? Why not stream? And we're actually gonna be talking something specific today. Uh, we're gonna be talking some things today about particularly tabletop role-playing games, and specifically about being a dungeon master, being a dungeon master or a game master for the first time. Basically, we're gonna be tackling specifically people that wanted or are interested to be a dungeon master or a game master for, let's say, D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, or any other tabletop systems out there, tabletop role playing systems out there that might have had second thoughts on their decisions to be a dungeon master or a game master for those games, for their friends, or for even for other random strangers or other people. And I'm gonna be sharing my experiences. I was saying earlier that it is not expert opinion. It is not expert tips that I'll be giving. It's tips that I learned during the time that I decided to start, or I was starting out to be a dungeon master, that would hopefully, just hopefully, will be able to help those of you who are having some doubts or having some qualms about the situation they got into, which is presenting themselves as a dungeon master, or even for some people that are interested on being a dungeon master just because they like the concept or they like the prospect of it. This will be also for you, but it will be helpful for those who literally don't know how to start, or they don't know how to take that first step. So we're gonna be talking about that today, later. Also, if we do have some time, I might play more Halls of Torment, because honestly, I've been addicted to that game, and I decided I'm gonna be buying the full version, and we're gonna be playing that on stream. Probably tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Hopefully. Now, if not, I think we're gonna be playing a new game. I'm gonna be telling that later. We're gonna be be probably playing a new game and abandoning a new game as well because I haven't finished any games on stream besides Castlevania. Hopefully, we can actually finish that game on stream. So how are you guys? How are you guys? I was also asking that earlier. How are your day? How's your week? How's your last couple of days, last couple of weeks, or how's your day in general? Good, bad, just fine. Hopefully, it's just fine at least. Hopefully, mine. I already ended the week, the work week, so I'm just gonna be chilling out. Uh, and I thought I'm just gonna go ahead and stream. Do something productive for once instead of like sitting on my ass doing random shit. Maybe we can just stream. And it's also because it's been a while since I streamed. Hello, Sunset. Hello, 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 and welcome to the stream. Hello. 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 How are you? How's the stream? You were streaming earlier, right? And how was it? Were you able to fix your issue with the with the game? I had to actually step out because I was actually working during that time that you were streaming, but I was watching you for a little bit. Hopefully, you were able to fix that issue with the game stuttering. And I'm pretty sure it's actually the game itself that is doing it and not your stream. I'm quite sure of it, based from what's happening. Or at least based on what I'm seeing from your stream. Still trying to fix Starbound, but I have a good idea how to fix it. Good, good. That is great to know. That is very good to know. So anyway, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna be talking about some D&D stuff today, specifically being a dungeon master for the first time. Like how you would start out, how would you go about it, what things that I would recommend that you can do, um, basically how to actually make the first step. That's what I'm gonna be talking about today. And anyway, actually, before anything else, someone followed here. Saturo X Gojo. Thank you for the follow. I guess they followed me when I was not streaming earlier. So yeah, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. That is very important. Yeah, that's why we're gonna talk about it today. But I was mentioning earlier that I'm not an expert. I'm not Matt Mercer or Matthew Colville levels of like being a DM kind of thing. That's why what we're gonna be talking about are things that I learned when I was starting out that worked for me, that would hopefully work for you. Uh, because I wanted to like at least somehow ease the fear, or at least ease the doubts of people that wanted to be a dungeon master or wanted to run tabletop role playing games. Even people that were like kind of forced into the situation because they have no choice, which does happen. It actually does happen. Because it actually happened to me. That's how it started. We're gonna talk about we're gonna be discussing about that, just to give like things that worked for me, that would hopefully work for others. When in terms of like would you start out? How would you start out? What are the things that you need to consider? What are the things that you can do to at least ease your mind and your heart, and do the thing, run games. So that's what I'm gonna be talking about today. And also, if we do still have time, we might play some games. But I highly doubt, because I babble, I talk too much. I talk too much, so we might have a long time here me just rambling about. But again, anything that I say here is something that I believe, or I hope, that would help other people into ease their way into being a dungeon master or a game master, because right now there are a lot of players for tabletop role-playing games, considering the fact that it was literally booming for the last couple of years. The tabletop role-playing community has been exploding, just exploding, uh, for in a massive scale recently, for the last couple of years. But the thing is, there are a lot of people who wanted to play tabletop role playing games, but not too many people actually are willing to run games or be dungeon masters or game masters for those players. So we're gonna be addressing that later. And also, I would not let myself ramble and blabber about all of it. If you have like any tips or any advice or any suggestions, comments, even violent reactions about uh, what you believe is the best thing that you can do to start being a dungeon master or a game master, you can go ahead and post it in the chat. You can chat away, post some tips on the chat, and maybe other people can read it and other people can, you know, share their own experiences. Which again, I am not an expert. I'm just sharing things that work for me, that hopefully might work for others. So that's why we're gonna be discussing this today. The things that I learned over time, or the things that I learned when I was starting out. Boom, boom. Anyway, what else? What else? What else? Oh, gonna scare. I'm just gonna share a little bit of what I did recently. I am really liking this anime that has premiered recently. Zombie 100. It's a new anime that has premiered recently. You can actually watch it on YouTube for free. Muse anime. I really love that anime. Just from the first episode alone, it actually spoke to me on different levels because of the premise of the anime. It's actually an anime about zombies, about a zombie invasion, and about this one guy uh, that just hated working and just hated going to work because of like various shitty reasons. And then one day a zombie invade or zombie outbreak happened. But him, instead of him being panicked and scared about it, he literally was very very ecstatic about it, because that means he wouldn't have to come to work. He wouldn't have to come to work that he really hated. And the reason why it's called Zombie 100 is he made a bucket list of 100 things that he wanted to do now that he doesn't have to go to work. So that's the whole premise about it. And I actually really love the concept, because the zombie apocalypse is just like like a backdrop of it. It focuses on the main character and the things that he does, uh, which are wacky shit, and rightfully so, because he doesn't really have any responsibilities anymore. He doesn't really have to go to work anymore or be forced to do things anymore, because there's a zombie apocalypse and no one would even care. So that's why it's very interesting, and I'm gonna be doing a I think I'm gonna be doing a more in-depth uh review for that anime. But so far, I really love what I'm seeing. The animation is really really good. Actually, the animation has a lot of like cool moments, like cool shots, like cool scenes and whatnot. Uh, I'm not gonna spoil them because you have to see it for yourself. But I will tell you that the animation, at least for the first episode, is very eye catching. So I'm gonna be watching the Zombie 100. I'm gonna be following that. And this is me that has been like shying away from anime or haven't really watched any anime. Not really shying away, but I haven't really watched or even or followed religiously any anime since I think the last anime that I followed kind of religiously was Baki, Son of Ogre. Like uh the latest season with the whole Kai-O thing, with the whole like Chinese martial arts tournament thing. Oh no no. Oh yeah, yeah, the Chinese martial arts tournament thing. Yeah. That's the latest one that I kind of followed religiously. Uh and I'm actually excited for the next season because the next season is actually the one that is super interesting because it involves a prehistoric man and how a group of men that loves to fight wanted to beat that this prehistoric man. So it's very very interesting. It's actually a very interesting arc in even the manga, and I am really excited to see it in animated form because of how wacky that shit is, how wacky that arc is. All of these buff dudes who loves to fight. Well, not of that, all of them are buff. One of them is like literally an old man, but all of these dudes, old dudes, and well, not every one of them is an old dude because Baki is young, at least relative to the others' ages. But you have these group of men that loves to fight, uh, wanting to fight this prehistoric man that is super strong and super ferocious. That he literally fought tooth and nail with dinosaurs, kind of thing. So I am very intrigued as well of that arc being animated because there's this one scene and I'm not gonna spoil it and I'm not even gonna say it in Twitch on Twitch because I might get banned. But there is this one, I would say, weird scene in the manga that I'm not really sure if they gonna be no balls. I'm gonna be big balls animated or included in the anime. Like fuck it, we're just gonna include it because it's in the manga, so fuck it. Or they're gonna be more careful about how they show it, or they're just gonna skip it altogether. There's this one scene in the manga, in the Baki manga, during the Pickle arc, the prehistoric man Pickle. Um, there's this one scene where Pickle, the prehistoric man, did something to a woman or a woman reporter, and I'm not gonna elaborate on it. You just have to read the manga. Because I'm not gonna say it here, not because it's spoilers, but because I literally cannot say it here. I literally cannot say the deed here. But let's just say that the prehistoric man wanted to do something to the reporter. Whatever that something is something that I would not elaborate and just have to read it. But the question is, my question is it gonna be animated? Are the producers gonna be are the producers will the producers be will be including that in the anime because that scene is very controversial. But here's the thing though, Even though that scene is very controversial and very weird, the thing is, I kinda get it, and it's not what you think it is. At least from my perspective, because of the context of what's happening. Do they have the guts to be that faithful to the source? I don't know. Well, here's the thing though with Baki, Baki was kinda pretty much faithful to the source material. Pretty much for most of it. For most of the time that Baki was animated, even the very old one, even the older anime, not the ones that are premiering on Netflix. There's this like the older animes of like early 2000s. Those are the ones that I actually watch. Those are the ones that actually included me to the Baki series. Now those ones are pretty much accurate to the source material. Most of most of it. But this particular arc that is coming, this particular part of the manga that will be showing in the Baki series, this one has this one controversial scene about it, and I'm not really sure if they're gonna show it fully, or there's some way that they're gonna be hiding it, or not gonna show it at all. And I was saying earlier, yeah, it is weird, and for some people, it is actually gross and even traumatizing and even triggering. Uh, and I'm not saying that what the prehistoric guy did was wrong. I'm not. Is correct and normal. I'm not saying that. But it was fascinating because of the context that was happening during that time. What is the whole context about it? And when you learn about the context about it, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense of why would that happen and how would that happen. And the thing is, Baki has a lot of weird shit. Baki is like one of the weirdest mangas that I read ever. It's like fucking weird. You know, it is definitely a fighting manga, a manga about fighting and dudes fighting each other. Uh, but in terms of how it was like presented, it's a lot of fucking weird shit. A lot of fucking weird shit. Even the main antagonist, Yujiro Hanma, is a fucking weird dude by himself. Yeah, he is the strongest out of everyone, and absolutely everyone in that world at least. But he himself as a character, he's weird as well. He's not just a strong guy. Like for example, like his personality as he ages radically changed, because when he was younger, he acts so differently. He acts so differently compared to the current Yujiro Hanma. The younger Yujiro Hanma acts super differently. And he's also weird in the sense of like, yeah, he is the strongest. Um he is the strongest in the manga, in the manga's universe, or no, the setting of the manga. He is the strongest above anyone else in that world. But when you think about it, the feats that he was doing, like let's say he made the whole building shake. He was like pushing like 100 plus people all by himself. All of the things that he did, the feats of strength that he was showing, those are the things that you can kind of normally see on a lot of anime that are like normal stuff that the characters do that are super strong. So it's like Yujiro Hanma, sometimes you can kind of see him as like a weird character in the context of like you have seen manga and anime of that has characters that kind of can do what he does, and that's the normal thing for them that to do, like be able to destroy sides of buildings with just one punch, kind of thing. That is for Yujiro Hanma, and for the people that seeing Yujiro Hanma doing it, it's it's a feat of strength, and it shows him as the strongest of out of anyone. But put him in a setting, let's say in Dragon Ball, the things that he was doing is kinda the normal thing that a lot of characters in Dragon Ball can do, kind of thing. Like even Krillin can probably fight toe to toe with Yujiro Hanma. Even Yamcha, for fuck's sake. But yeah, enough of the Baki talk. Enough of the Baki talk. Just give me one moment here. Let me just. So shall we go ahead and talk about the what we wanted to talk about today? Shall we do that? Shall we actually do that, or would you like me to talk other shit first before we start? Because we can wait for people to trickle in. I can talk some other stuff first before we can go to the main topic of today. And oh, son, how's your day? How's your week? How's your couple of days? Is it good, bad, just fine? And I don't believe I haven't. Can I? Can I actually make you? Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. Not too bad. Just setting up some things for my campaign, Keck. Oh, it's cool. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be giving a lot of input for the thing that we'll be talking about today. Gonna, you know, you're gonna be also giving a lot of like your the things that you learned, like advices and whatnot on the thing that we'll be talking about today, which is all about starting out dungeon mastering or game mastering for games. Gotta get back into the mindset. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, cool. So as I mentioned, don't let me do all the talking. If you have like anything that you can provide as input, anything that you can provide as share in terms of like tips that work for you, you can always post it on the chat, and we're gonna read it and discuss about it. Because again, I'm not an expert, but I can give out an advice or a couple of advices of the things that work for me. Let's see. Let's see. Just give me one moment here. Okay. Okay, I think we can do that. We can go ahead and get to the topic at hand. What's actually a what's actually a good background music for let's see. Just give me one moment. Let me see if we can have some music going on. Okay, I think this might work. Just give me one moment. Let the show begin. Yeah, exactly. Gonna go ahead and start up this one. So just give me one moment here. Okay. Whoop. Forgot my DM screen. But let me do this first. Let's play this one first. Just the DM screen. Here we go. All right. Okay. And let me do this because I believe I have. It's not Blender. Not this as well. Do I have like an image? Oh, I think I actually deleted the thing for some reason. I was actually like put in like some sort of like a whiteboard thingy on the stream. But let's see if I can find one. Just give me one moment. Whiteboard overlay. Because guess what? I'm gonna be also recording this, and I'm gonna be probably uploading this on my YouTube channel. So that's why we're gonna be doing this a bit of a proper way. I'm gonna be showing a whiteboard, just to make it a little bit more proper, so we can list down things that we're gonna be giving out the tips. So let's see. Okay, I think I have one here. Okay, I'm sorry, just give me one moment. I am doing some stuff here. Okay, I think I have one here. Okay, alright. Gonna be placing it here. I'm sorry about the slight delays. I'm almost done. Okay, this should be good. And I'm gonna show it here. Boop! See? We have a whiteboard. Let me move this around here. And do it like this. Maybe we can resize it like this. Okay, right. Okay. I guess I'm gonna lock up this one. Just make sure it doesn't move around when I move my stream. All right. Okay. Just give me one moment here. Okay, so we'll do it this way. So we're gonna go ahead and start what we set out to do today, which is talk about how to be a dungeon master, how to take the first steps on being a dungeon master or game master to your D&D game or any tabletop role-playing games in general. So we're gonna be doing that. So just give me one moment here. Let me just do some setups here. Just a few more setups. Okay. 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 So let's go ahead and start. All right. So here we are. Imagine this in your table. You have your friends that are very interested in playing Dungeons and Dragons for the first time since probably they saw it in, let's say, Stranger Things, or they watched a couple of episodes of Critical Role, or maybe they just saw some of their other friends play D&D, and let's say in a convention or even somebody's home or somebody's game shop, and they were thinking of, hey, that is a cool game, let's go ahead and play it. All of you were excited, all of you are interested in playing it and creating your character concepts and starting to get excited on the prospects of adventuring with your friends. But there's this one problem. All of you wanted to play, and none of you presented to be the dungeon master because you either kind of forgot it, or maybe, just maybe, no one would like to be a dungeon master because all of you thought that it was hard. There's a lot of preparation, there's a lot of like writing, there's a lot of preparing stuff, buying stuff, making stuff, and it's just too overwhelming for any one of you, and especially probably due to a fact that all of you probably are new to the game and have no idea how to play the game besides the basic rule set. So almost all of you are having this doubt, or having this fear of presenting yourself as a dungeon master. But probably one of you thought, but hey, maybe I can present myself as a dungeon master. Maybe I can present myself as a game master, because at this point we don't have any choice. We wanted to play D&D or any tabletop role-playing game that you were thinking of playing and interested in playing, but a lot of these games needs a dungeon master or a game master to adjudicate the game, run the game, present these scenarios, roleplay these NPCs for you and your friends. So you thought, maybe I can go ahead and be a dungeon master. So out of nowhere, you just told your friends that, okay, let me be the dungeon master, let me be the game master. Most of the time, probably you're thinking that, oh no, what situation have I got myself into? What did I just say? Did I really said that? Did I really just said that I'm gonna be a dungeon master or a game master? I have no freaking idea what I'm talking about. I have no freaking idea of what I'm gonna do. I have no freaking idea of where to start, even. And I'm not even sure if I'm gonna be a great dungeon master or game master to my friends, or to whatever people that are around you wanted to play a game, wanted to play a role-playing game. So, this is for you. If you are that person, this is for you. Now, again, I wanted to reiterate first that I am not Matt Mercer. I am not Matt Colville. I am not anyone that is a legendary dungeon master or game master that I've played for like 20, 30 plus years and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, my experience with running Dungeons and Dragons as a game master or the dungeon master has been like 5 to 6 years. So I am no expert and I am no master when it comes to dungeon mastering. But what I can do is to provide things that worked for me when I was starting in Dungeon Master. Even though I am not an expert, I do have some experience, and I am pretty confident that experience is something that I can share to those of you who don't even know where to start. This is why I'm here for you. I'm gonna be giving you some tips and tricks and advice that work for me, so I can somehow ease your doubts and ease your fears on taking that first step to being a dungeon master or a game master. Because believe it or not, being a DM or a GM is really, really fun. And I think a lot more people that are interested in tabletop role playing games should realize that being a dungeon master or a game master isn't really something to be scared of, but instead it's actually a really, really fun role to play in the table. Because believe me or not, even though you think you are a god, you are actually just still a player. And as a dungeon master or a game master, you're actually gonna have a lot of fun once you realize how actually being a dungeon master or a game master works. But for every journey, there's always this first step, and we're gonna be discussing that first step. And also, hello, Doc. No, welcome to the stream. Honestly, running the game has given me a better understanding on how the game works. I'm glad to decided to give it a try. You're a legend in our hearts. Stop it. Again, I'm not an expert. But I'm gonna be sharing some things. I'm gonna be sharing some of the things that work for me at least. So, and also, as I mentioned earlier, don't let me do all the babbling and the talking. If you have like any advice or anything, any experiences that you wanted to share, or if you wanted to, uh, share your own take on dungeon mastering and how you made the first step, the things that you did when you were making the first step, you can always put it in the chat, and you can share your ideas as well. It's not just me that should be talking, it should be you as well. That's why there is the chat box. So, let's go ahead and start, right? Now, I do have things that I already listed here, but it might expand as I uh, explain things further. And again, it should not only be me that is giving out advices. You can also share your own advices as well, which we're gonna also add to the list. So again, feel free to share your thoughts about what we're gonna be talking about today. So, I'm gonna go ahead and start. So let's see what we can do here. Give me one moment. How? Oh, it's too big, and wait, just give me one moment. Sorry, this is again very unprofessional. Very unprofessional, but just please bear with me because we're doing it live. Where's the size? Make it center. And now outline. Let's see. Wow, the size is really big. It's way too big. Okay. Okay. I think this could be good. How? Dungeon mastering. How to start? Okay. It's really small, but don't worry. We're gonna make this a little bit big. All right. Okay. Dungeon mastering. How to start. All right. Can I say how? Can I say how? Can I say love how you have the DM screen? Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I didn't make this. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot who made this. I just saw it on Twitter. They're giving it out for free, and I was like, oh, okay, let me grab that so I can have my DM screen. So dungeon mastering, how to start. So let me just do this then. Properties. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Okay. Sorry. Very unprofessional. I'm sorry. Very, very unprofessional. So just please bear with me. Okay, let's do this. And probably make. Why doesn't it move down? Number 1. We'll just do that. Let's color. Make it black. And gonna make it really small. Oh, that is way too small. Way too small. That is way too small. Let's make it 40. So 72. Oh god. What am I doing? Oh, okay, stay there. Just bear with me. Okay, I think this is enough. I think this should be good. Alright. So do you guys see it? Or should I make it bigger or smaller? Just let me know. Alright, see it perfectly fine. We can see it. Alright, cool. Alright, good. Okay. Okay, again, what we're gonna be doing is I'm gonna be discussing, or I'm gonna be providing some advice and tips on how to actually start the first step, or to make that first step in taking and taking role as being the dungeon master or the game master for D&D or any other tabletop role-playing game that you're interested of, or you and your friends are interested of playing. Now, to give you a little bit more context about why I wanted to do this is the fact that there's a lot of players, there's a lot of new players that are more and more interested with tabletop role-playing games, like particularly Dungeons and Dragons. Although admittedly, Dungeons and Dragons recently has been getting a lot of flack, particularly because of the Wizards of the Coast actions. But again, D&D is not Wizards of the Coast, and Wizards of the Coast is not D&D. But in terms of like the game itself, in regards to its popularity, it's still very popular, and every year, in the last couple of years, there's been more and more people that are getting really, really interested on playing or trying out tabletop RPG, especially Dungeons and Dragons. However, with this massive influx of these new people that are very interested on playing the game or diving into the concept of tabletop role-playing games, or into the community of tabletop role playing games, a huge percentage of them are people that wanted to be players. And only a few people, or only a few percentage of out of those new people, wanted to be dungeon masters and dungeon and game masters. Now, I think the main reasons why, I think from what I noticed, the one of the most popular reason why a lot of people are very aversive, or well, are very apprehensive on taking on the dungeon master role or the game master role is how much work it would take for you to actually be a dungeon master, and how much dedication that you would have to make when it comes to dungeon mastering, which is kind of true, but also not. And I'll be explaining that later, once we get into the the deeper discussions about being a dungeon master and what's it really all about. So this is the main reason why I wanted to do this, because there's this some sort of shortage with people wanting to be a dungeon master, and there's this massive increase on people that just wanted to be players. And the more that I look into it, the more that I started to notice these patterns or these typical reasons why someone would not like to be a dungeon master and would just rather want it to be a player. And as a matter of fact, this is also something that I also experienced myself with my own players. Whenever I ask them, you could be a very good, or even greater dungeon master like me, but you chose not to, and why? And they would, more often than not, would actually give out most of the time the same reasons that I noticed that is also the reasons for others that make them apprehensive to be a dungeon master. So we're gonna be addressing that today. But first off, we're gonna be listing down the things that I learned whenever you are interested on taking the first step on being a dungeon master. Now, before that, let me give you just a quick rundown on what is a dungeon master or a game master, just to give you a little bit of context on everything that we'll be talking about for the rest of this talk. So, basically, a dungeon master or a game master, and this is no matter what the tabletop role playing system that you are using, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Call of Cthulhu, even very niche and obscure role-playing game systems, or even very old ones like Knave, Knight's Tale, whatnot, Dungeon World, all of those. No matter what the system, a role of a dungeon master or a game master is basically to facilitate a tabletop role-playing game session with players. Now, there is this huge misconception about being a dungeon master, being a game master makes you essentially a god over your players or over the table, where your word is the law and everything that you do is sacred and the gospel that your players should follow. Because if not, you're gonna be killing your players' characters in a whim. And that is actually not the case for a dungeon master. Actually, it's very different from what most people think what a dungeon master is or a game master is. Think of a dungeon master or a game master as basically the referee. One of the major things that a dungeon master does is to educate. That's actually probably the top one thing that a dungeon master does, is to educate the game, to impose fairness to the game by uh, by uh, implementing and reiterating the rules of the game system whenever you're playing on, and making sure that everything is fair and everything is not unfair. So we're gonna be talking about later about rules and the reason why you don't really need to learn the rules at length or at fully, but you also need to realize that the dungeon master, more often than not, their role is to educate a tabletop role-playing game session or even a long campaign to make sure that everything is fair, everything is well, not necessarily balanced, but everything should be fair and square. They call the shots when it comes to like finalizing, let's say, a ruling. They are also the ones who will be able to look up the rules and apply them to different situations within the game where the players are playing in, and so on and so forth. Now, the second job of a dungeon master is to provide context to the players. When it comes to context, it's a dungeon master's job to provide information to the players in regards to where the characters are, what they're doing, what is the situation at hand, who are they with, where does the sun shine, where are they in the part of the forest, and whatnot. Basically, the dungeon master is also a provider of information so that the players know where they where what's their character's situation currently on the table is, so that the players will be able to assess and decide what their characters will be doing based on the situation. So the dungeon master also is a repository of information and also the provider of information. That's also one of the jobs of the dungeon master or game master in the table. Now, third, the dungeon master and the or game master is also the host of the game. Basically, everything that involves like organizing the game session itself, let's say scheduling or gathering the players or making sure that their character sheets are always are ready, making sure that everything that they need is ready when it comes to starting up the game session, even facilitating things while playing the game. Like let's say that one of the players didn't bring their player's handbook. The dungeon master does have an option, but it's also better if the dungeon master is ready for this situation to be able to facilitate the player's needs when it comes to playing the game. Let's say give out lend them a player's handbook. So the dungeon master is also a host, hosting the game itself. Think of it as like in the game show on TV where the host is just presenting the players or presenting the ones who are involved in the contest, interviewing them and whatnot, blah blah blah. So it's kind of like that. They're not involved in winning the game. They're just involved on presenting the game. So that's also one of the dungeon master or a game master's job. Now, lastly, a dungeon master or game master's job is also to provide to roleplay characters. Now, the player characters are also role-playing their characters as well, but that is in terms of their own characters. The players will only be able to roleplay their characters. Now, the dungeon master's job is also to roleplay everyone else that is not a player's character. So let's say we call them NPCs, so non-playable characters. So, for example, if the group of player characters went into a tavern, it's the dungeon master's job to roleplay as the tavern keep that the players will be able to talk to, get information from, and whatnot. Now, besides that, besides NPCs, the dungeon master also control the creatures and and monsters and whatnot that the player characters are facing. They'll be able to make their moves and whatnot, do their actions and whatnot, and go against the player characters as challenges that they face whenever they're playing the game. So the dungeon master handles any other characters and any other things that the player characters are not expected to handle. You know, outside that are basically outside the player characters. So that is, I think, lastly the dungeon master's job or the game master's job. Now I may have forgotten some things, so feel free to add it on the chat. Feel free to remind you of the chat on what do you think the other jobs of any other jobs of being a dungeon master or game master that you can share. But that is only in the top of my head. So now, here's the thing though. Those things that I listed are the things that most of the time, more often than not, new players are very, very afraid of. Those are a lot of responsibilities. Whenever you are a player, you're only really concerned with your character, and that's it. That's why a lot of dungeon masters also wanted to be players, because of the fact that by the end of the day, you're only really concerned about your character if you are a player character. You're not really concerned of anything else. You might be concerned of your fellow players and their fellow characters because you are in a group, but that doesn't mean that you have to worry about everything and anything else. Everything and anything else is something that a dungeon master should worry about. And I think that is one of the things that are contributing on the fears of people wanted that are interested on D&D or tabletop role playing games but don't want to be a dungeon master. That's what I noticed. One of the main fears is the responsibilities. But we will be discussing later why that is not the case and how would you deal with that kind of fear or that kind of doubt when it comes to taking your first steps. So, let's discuss the first thing that I would think that would help on taking your first steps as being a dungeon master. The first step that I thought of that I came up with is take the initiative. Because here's the thing though, you will not be able to start anything. You will not be able to start anything without taking the initiative. Without starting out. You will not be able to start anything without starting out something. Now the thing is, this is not only applying to like being a dungeon master. This applies to a lot of things. You know, nothing will happen if you don't take the first step. Nothing will happen if you don't present yourself. Nothing will happen if you don't start. Kinda like there are people that are asking these big streamers, for example, big VTubers. They always ask, how do I start VTubing, or how do I start being a streamer and whatnot. And more often than not, you will get the same answer from those streamers, and they will just say, just start. No, just start. Just start. You will never get there if you don't take the first step. You will never get there if you don't start. Instead of it is okay, it is perfectly fine to ask, But by the end of the day, if you don't take that first step, nothing will happen. Take the initiative. And I was discussing earlier, there will be some situations wherein you're just kind of forced to be a dungeon master, and that's perfectly fine as well. But it's also a choice to actually take the initiative instead of like just just outright refusing it. You know, that's a different story. It's a different story of you were forced in it, and there's a different story if you will actually accept the responsibility. Now, what happened to me is I both took the initiative and took responsibility because I actually wanted to be a dungeon master. I think I thought the concept was actually really interesting, so that's why I took the initiative. If I didn't take the initiative, I wouldn't be a dungeon master in the first place or a game master in the first place. So take that first step. Take that. Give it a start. Just give it a start. Don't think of anything in the meantime. Just give it a start. You might think that, what is the situation that I got into? What did I just say? What the frick did I just say? And you'll soon realize that if you didn't take that first step, you probably will regret it. So just take the first step. Just take the initiative. The second thing, just give me one moment because it doesn't let me type. Okay, alright. How do I do this? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. A second thing that I can share is play a couple of games as a player. That is the second. That is the and oh, I'm sorry. This is in no particular order. You can, well, except for the first one, I guess. You can take anything of these. You can do anything of these in no particular order. That's perfectly fine. You can start with anything of these, probably except the first one, because the first one is literally the start. Taking the initiative. But for everything else, you can do these at any order that you want. Although this second one is also something that I would recommend doing first, although you do have the option to jump right in and be like already a dungeon master if you want, but I would suggest this first, doing this first, to play a couple of games as a player. Now, in my case, I did start as a player. Literally, my first D&D session or my first D&D experience was being a player. I actually attended this some sort of a game shop event from a game shop that was near us. There's this game shop where it organized some sort of like an event. It's actually an Adventures League event, but they encourage like new people that wanted to play D&D or wanted to try out D&D to try it out. And I was the first ones that tried it out. Now the thing is, I kind of already have an idea of what D&D is as a concept, because one of my friends actually provided me this copy of the third edition Player's Handbook, and I kind of read it. I did have like an understanding of the concept, but I wanted to have an experience, have an actual table experience on what it is actually like to play in a D&D game on an actual table. And the thing is, during that time, we were playing 5th edition instead of the 3rd that I read, but I kind of got the concept already. Now I played games as a player, but my majority of my experience when it comes to tabletop role-playing games is being a dungeon master. But I did play games as a player. Now, the thing is, during that time that I was playing as a player, I already like saw like myself being a dungeon master because of the dungeon master that we had back then. He's a very nice guy, very cool guy, and he's a very good dungeon master that is so good that it literally inspired me that, and I decided for myself I want to be a dungeon master like him. I don't want to be able to do cool stuff like him in a game. Being a player is very fun. Don't get me wrong, but during that time, I realized that I wanted to be more of the dungeon master than a player. But the thing is, what I'm getting at here is, if you are starting out, I would highly recommend first to play whatever that tabletop role playing game is as a player first, because being a player gives you the basic understanding on what it is like to play the game in an actual player capacity. And it actually also helps you as a dungeon master in the long run on how to understand your players, how to understand their actions, their decision making. Basically, you are able to get into their shoes whenever you educate the game, whenever you play the game, you rule out rules into the game, or even negotiate sometimes about rulings and whatnot, because you see them on their perspective, because you know that experience because you were a player before. Um, I actually have seen, sadly, I actually have seen dungeon masters that uh, some of them only really have experience with dungeon mastering and not being a player. And I kind of understand that situation because there will be sometimes that being a dungeon master, that when you're so busy like preparing games for your players, that you haven't getting the time, you don't really have the time to play on a table as a player. And so I kind of understand that the forever DM meme, as they say. But being a player allows you to, when you get into the dungeon master role, it allows you to have an understanding of where the players comes from when it comes to like things that they wanted the character to do. And it also gives you basic insight on how the basic flow of the game works on the player side. So you can come up with like ideas with how you implement, let's say, homebrew rules when it comes to homebrewing games, which is something that we will also talk about in the future and whatnot. And also something that gives you an inspiration when it comes to creating cool stuff for your players, that you would think if you were a player and you were creating something, uh, you would create stuff that would be cool for you if you were a player. So if you wanted to start out with being a dungeon master or a DM or a GM or game master, I would highly recommend playing just a couple of games as a player. Just get the experience first as a player, because it would really, really, really help you when it comes to running your own games. Now, third, and guys, if you have questions, if you have like questions or comments, don't hesitate to post it in the chat. I would love to read your comments. I would love to read your feedback about what we're talking about today, and also like to share your own insight on what we're talking about. Okay. So the next one that I think that would help is, don't memorize, just understand. Now, this is also something that I think I notice that a lot of people are apprehensive from being a dungeon master. A lot of people are apprehensive to the notion that if you become a dungeon master or a game master, you would have to memorize the rule set for any role playing game system that you are running from cover to cover. Even the fucking obscure rule set about about crafting, about flanking is something that you would need to memorize by heart. And this is a huge misconception, and I am sad that a lot of people think that think this way of being a dungeon master. Because believe it or not, me being a dungeon master, I don't memorize shit. I suck at memorizing. I suck at memorizing details. That's why I have a lot of notes, a lot of like things that I type whenever I prep for some games, or whenever I come up with like adventures and whatnot, or even writing my homebrew settings lore and whatnot. I literally write them because I cannot, for the love of me, remember everything. And rightfully so. I think a lot of people doesn't have like perfect eidetic memory. Not a lot of people have that. And it's just sad that a lot of people think that being a DM requires you to memorize a lot of things, but you should realize a lot of you should realize that you don't have to memorize everything. You just have to understand at least the basics, at least the basic flow of the game, the basic system of roles, the basic concept of the game. So, for example, if we're talking about, let's say, D&D, all you really need to remember is if your character wanted to do something, they would need to roll a d20 and then add their modifiers, add their bonuses from their character sheet. So that rule, that concept already applies to a lot of stuff in that system. So for example, if you wanted to attack someone, you roll a d20 and add your attack bonus. That should be on your character sheet. So it's basically d20 plus an attribute bonus that you will need to add depending on the situation and depending what you're trying to do. And then add your proficiency if you have any proficiency. If you have any advantage, you would need to roll another d20 and then take the highest, take the lowest if you have disadvantage, and then that's your score. And if you rolled higher than what is required for you to be successful in whatever you're doing, you're successful in doing the thing. That's the only basic concept that you need to understand with D&D, and everything else will just follow. Everything else will just make sense whenever you're playing or even running the D&D game. So with those concepts, I already explained to you almost every single page in the handbook. Almost every single page in the handbook, I explained it to you. And the only thing that I haven't explained to you is how to create your character, which is another rule set. And the thing about character creation is you just have to pick and choose. That's it. So I simplified it. I don't need to tell you what specific rules that you need to do whenever you're choosing your skills and abilities, or choosing your ability scores and whatnot. You can read that in the book, and that's why there is the book. You don't have to memorize the book. You just have to understand the concepts. And more often than not, and a lot of people do this, a lot of DMs do this, even great DMs like Matthew Mercer still looks at the book whenever he's not sure about the ruling or something, or whenever he wanted to look up how this particular spell works, because more often than not, you wouldn't be able to like memorize a lot of things in the handbook or even in the Dungeon Master's Guide. So Stop worrying about memorizing the rules. You don't have to. Even if you're just a dungeon master, even if you are the dungeon master, you don't have to. And your players will not fault you for forgetting things or having to look up things. Because if they do, they are not good players. You should not run games for them. Any player that makes fun of you for not remembering the rules, or makes fun of you or on opening your book or opening a website to look up ruling or how a particular rules work, is a player that should not be on your table or any table, because they don't understand how to play the game, and they don't understand how to be respectful and understanding. So don't you worry about memorizing stuff. You just need to understand. You just need to understand the concept at least. Everything else you can just look up. And don't be afraid to look up to your book. Don't be afraid. It doesn't mean that you're stupid. It doesn't mean that you don't deserve to be a dungeon master. It just means that you are human and you just don't want to make mistakes. At least you don't want to make mistakes. That's why you're looking up at something. So are we good so far? Are we cool so far, or do you have any questions or anything that you can comment? You can post it in the chat right now while I drink my coffee. Okay, I think everything is cool and everything is good so far. I'm not seeing any violent reactions or comments on the chat. So let's move on then. But again, feel free to stop me if you have like any questions or any suggestions that you would like to add on our list here. Alright? Don't be afraid. When you're building encounters, what do you focus on first? I focus on the situation first. What is the lay of the situation? What are the characters in? What situation are the characters in? Basically, that's the very first thing that I consider first. Where are the characters right now? What is the situation? What is the context of the situation? Who are they facing up against? Now, that is building encounters that you'll need to use on the next couple of sessions. Basically, you're preparing the encounters. But when it comes to like building encounters for the future, honestly, if I to tell you the truth, I don't do that often, unless I have plans to have the characters face, let's say, a recurring opponent or a recurring foe or a recurring antagonist or even the big bad, you know, kind of thing. But what I focus first, more often than not, what I focus first is just the situation of the characters, and what I can do based on that situation. What will the opponent of these characters, the player characters, would be, basically. So, for example, right now, in my current campaign, the group are observing a group of rat folk, giant rat folk, I mean, that are coercing and hassling these villagers, like small cat creature villagers. And there's some sort of this disagreement that happened. The player characters did not understand a thing because they were speaking in a different language that they don't know, and they suddenly noticed that there was this some sort of commotion So they did something. And now they're trying to tie up the rest of the villagers. Or at least that's what they think would happen. So that is the encounter that I will be building next, because I'm basing it now on the situation. But when it comes to building encounters, let's say planning, this particular monster that may or may not, the characters may or may not encounter, those ones I only really build ideas in the meantime, and I build the stat block later. Because worrying about them when I don't know if they will, if the characters will even encounter this particular creature, is something that just uses up time and energy that I should be focusing on preparing the next few sessions. Know what I mean? So that's how I build encounters. That's the very first thing that I do when I build encounters. That's the very first thing that I do. Just gather context, gather what kind of the situation the characters are in currently. So I hope I answered your question. So, next up that we're doing here, let's see. Okay. It doesn't have to be D&D. Okay. Now, here's the thing though. I perfectly understand that D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, is the most popular tabletop role-playing game right now, and for a long time, and I mean a long time, to the point that it became like literally just like a name that people that don't even play tabletop role-playing games bring up when they're talking about role-playing games or tabletop role-playing games. D&D is such a very popular system that it literally ingrained itself into society to be the tabletop role-playing game. But a lot of people that are coming into the tabletop role-playing game community should realize, especially for those people that wanted to be dungeon masters and are starting out, that it doesn't have to be D&D that you should play. There are a lot of systems out there that have very easy systems to learn, because again, the thing about people that are apprehensive of being a dungeon master is the fact that they are apprehensive because they thought D&D is too complicated to learn as a system, not realizing that there are numerous systems out there that are easier to play than Dungeons and Dragons. Because believe me or not, from my experience with playing D&D, I always believe that D&D is a super fucking hard system to learn. Even if you understood the concepts, compared to these other systems that I discovered over the years, D&D is actually very, very hard to learn. There are systems out there that only uses, let's say, a 6-sided die instead of a 20-sided die. There are systems out there that don't even use dice at all. There are systems out there that it only relies on your imagination, and you don't have to roll for anything. There are even systems out there that have this very interesting take on how they educate like variables or unpredictable moments, such as I forgot I forgot the name of the system, but this particular role-playing game system uses Jenga. Literally Jenga. You have to play Jenga while playing that tabletop role-playing game. Instead of using dice, they use Jenga to simulate moments of suspense and horror, because the system itself is like based around horror movies, um, but they educate like unpredictable moments using Jenga pieces and you taking out Jenga pieces. So, but basically, the whole idea is if the Jenga tower collapses, something really bad will happen to your characters. Whoever character toppled the Jenga tower. So there's a lot of systems out there that you don't have to learn D&D, and they're way easier to learn compared to D&D. And there are lots of systems out there that would complement your style of playing role-playing games. Even if you don't have any experience with tabletop role-playing games, there are systems out there that are specifically even designed for people that mostly play video games, or people that don't even play video games but have this specific like interest on playing role-playing games in general. So don't pressure yourself on learning D&D if you wanted to be a dungeon master or a game master. Um, you can learn other systems and present it to your friends or people that wanted to play D&D with you or role-playing games with you, and say, hey, we can learn this system. This is a lot easier, especially for newer players. And just give them a pitch. Give them like a sales pitch on why you're interested on using this system instead. You know, or using this system instead. If you wanted to have like a harder system to learn, just go ahead and learn a harder system like Call of Cthulhu. But again, it doesn't have to be D&D, and don't stop yourself from trying to be a dungeon master or a game master just because you cannot learn the D&D rules or are not interested in learning D&D rules. All right. Okay. So number 5. Next up is okay. The next thing that you can do is steal, steal, steal. All right. Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm not talking about plagiarizing work. I'm not talking about that. What I mean by steal, steal, steal is to learn from others. Learn from other dungeon masters. Learn their styles. Learn how they run their games. And take, take some parts from them. Take uh some some aspects from those dungeon masters that you admire. Like for me, for example, a part of how I run my games, like my DMing style, a part of it comes from my dungeon master back then when I was starting to play D&D. How he was very descriptive about his combat, and a part of it also came from Matthew Mercer on how he writes his homebrew setting, on how he writes this like lore and history about his world and its denizens and whatnot. I also took some things from Matthew Colville on how he adjudicates combat and how he comes up with like these cool mechanics and cool ruling when it comes to like combat and whatnot, and interesting situations, combat situations. So what I mean by steal, steal, steal is it is perfectly fine to steal. Don't stop yourself from being a dungeon master all because you wanted to make everything original. Because believe me or not, this is the probably one of the biggest things. Probably one of the biggest things that kept me from dungeon mastering back then is I always thought of this like notion that everything that I wanted to do should be original. I don't want to steal things from other people. I don't want to steal ideas from other people, and I don't want to, use their work for my own. Blah blah blah. I have this pride in myself. I have this like ego. Ego probably is is a better term for it. I wanted to be that guy that has like everything is original and whatnot, only to realize by the end of the day that nope, I can't do it. I'm not as good as these people, and maybe these people that I admire also got their ideas from other things, which is actually what it turns out. They are getting bits and pieces from other dungeon masters as well, and other mediums like movies, TV, books, stories, and whatnot, literature, and whatnot. They also stealing air quotes things from those mediums. They're not wholly uh, original. They look original because of the way that they connect things that they took from all of these different mediums and stitch them together. It looks original because of that, and that's what I realized later on, that um, my DMing style could be just a combination of things that I like about these DMs that I like, and just combine them and make them my own. It is stealing, yes, but it's stealing in a way that you're creating your own system. You're creating your own flavor of DMing. You know? And maybe you'll be compared to this DM or that DM, but that is perfectly fine. You don't have to be original. As a matter of fact, I would not advise you to be original. If you're starting out, it is perfectly fine to emulate. It is perfectly fine to imitate other dungeon masters that you admire. And more often than not, what will happen is over time you'll just develop your own DMing style. Uh, Over time, as you do it more and more, you just develop these like methods and these styles and these approaches to DMing that you come up with based on your experiences. So eventually, you will arrive to that point where you can say, yeah, I kind of have my own style of DMing. But as early as possible, you have to also realize that it is okay to borrow things and ideas from other people. It is perfectly fine. You don't even have to start with your original homebrew setting on your world. You don't even have to. You can run a Forgotten Realms game. You can run an Eberron game. You can run a pre-written module. You can run a pre-written campaign book as your start. And actually, I would also recommend that, because if you're starting out and wanted to have like a basic idea on how you run your game, I would also suggest to run like a pre-written game. I would highly recommend the starter kit for Dungeons and Dragons, because it has its own adventure that you can run as a dungeon master. Everything is provided you there: the dice, the map, the NPCs, the even the tokens, the basic rule set for your players, even character sheets that you can distribute to your players. It's already on the box to get you started. Whether you're a dungeon master or a player, it makes it easier for you. So start with that. Don't be original, because believe me or not, that is what I did. That is actually some of my biggest mistake, is trying to start with an original thing, only to realize that I would need to learn more. Right? So Doc knows D&D is the only time it's okay to steal, because the way that an adventure is ran makes it original. Yeah, I mean, it's also really the case with other creative works, really. You know, don't steal like completely. Like there's a big difference between borrowing ideas and plagiarizing ideas. You know, there's this huge difference between those. You can borrow elements, but don't plagiarize outright. That's way different. That is stealing. You know, especially if especially if it is a copyrighted work. Of course, you don't steal. You definitely don't steal. You just you just borrow. But I said here steal, steal, steal because I wanted to emphasize the idea that it is okay. It is fine as long as you're not directly copying. Never stop learning. The most important part is how you get from point A to point B. Exactly. Exactly. And over time you'll just learn over time, and over time you'll just develop your own style. Over time. Believe me, over time you just realize that, oh, I have my own unique style of how I run the game. But you also soon realize that it's just a culmination of things that you stole, air quotes, over the years. I'd love to stick around, but man, I've got to do stuff. I'm gonna be watching the ball. Hey, thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you have a wonderful day, night, whatever. I do appreciate it. And yes, there will be a VOD. As a matter of fact, I will make this into a YouTube video, probably an edited YouTube video, that is. So say hello to YouTube if you want, because this will be an edited video eventually. So alright, so moving on. Moving on is number 6. You are not Matt Mercer, Matthew Colville, or any other DM you love. Love. Why is it? Why did I? What did I type long? Okay, let me make this a little bit smaller so we can see everything. I think that's the perfect size. Okay, so another tip is remember that you are not Matthew Mercer, you are not Matthew Colville, you are not anyone that you admire. You are not them. And you will never be able to do the things that they do at the start, at least. Always remember that, because that is also something that I think a lot of people are afraid of when it comes to being a dungeon master. Is they are afraid that their players would expect them to be like Matthew Mercer or Matthew Colville or any other legendary DM out there. Now here's the thing though, sadly, this is sad to actually hear. But there are tables and there are groups and there are players and even sometimes dungeon masters that are quite disappointed whenever they are in the game and they were expecting a critical role quality of a game session, you know? Or sometimes this is also a case of some dungeon masters wherein they are quite disappointed with their players whenever their players are not role playing as in the same quality as those voice actors in Critical Role. Sometimes it is even as simple as players are being disappointed for their DM not being able to make a voice, or do a voice for their NPCs. Sometimes it's even as simple as that. So that's why I kind of understand the apprehension of a lot of people for DMing. is because there are these real situations where some people are expecting this only to be disappointed with what they experience. And that is quite sad, you know? That is quite sad because it is something that can just literally be solved very simply by not putting any expectations of this kind of game or this kind of like session, you know? Because again, Critical Role is not D&D. It's not representative of what a D&D game is and should be. It is good. It is great to watch. It is enjoyable to watch, but you also have to realize that more often than not, the things that are happening in Critical Role are the things that are extraordinary, something that is extraordinary, and something that really doesn't happen that much on an actual table. Unless you are Matt Mercer, that is. Or unless you are a voice actor playing D&D type of thing. So it is so sad sometimes when you hear those kinds of like stories, like the infamous Matthew Mercer effect. And it is sad also because it also affects people that are interested with being a dungeon master but cannot do so out of fear of like expectation from their players that I should be as cool and as good as Matthew Mercer. And if I'm not, I don't have any right to be a dungeon master because I'm not as cool and as skillful at them, like them. So if you're starting out, always remember that you are not Matt Mercer and you are not Matt Mercer and you are not any DMs out there, whether you admire them or not. You are you. And eventually over time you will develop what kind of DM you are. As you play more games, as you play more sessions, you will develop your own personality, your own personal preference, your own personal approach, your own personal way of describing things, your own personal way of role playing your NPCs, your writing your campaigns or preparing your campaigns. You will develop them over time, and more often than not, you will realize that, yeah, I am not Matt Mercer. I am not Matt Caldwell. I am not any of those DMs. I am me, and this is how I run my D&D games. And more often than not, your players would appreciate it whenever your style of DMing, as long as they're having fun. That is the most important thing. And oh, hello, CC Weather 123. I hope I read that right. He said here, also worth noting that Mercer especially is a full-time GM. He can spend as much time as he needs to get his prep just as he wants it, and most of us don't have that luxury. Exactly. Now, here's the thing though. There are DMs like Matt Mercer that has a lot of time DMing. As a matter of fact, are they created DMing as literally their career, literally their livelihood. There are DMs out there like Matt Mercer that are like that. They can dedicate their full time of the day preparing games, running games, and whatnot, even making content for those games. And it's not even about we don't have any luxury. It's actually about having that fear of being on the level of those people when more often than not you don't really have to get on the level of these people. You have to create your own standard. You have to create your own level, you know. And by the end of the day, what really matters is not even your own standards as a dungeon master or the standards of other dungeon masters. It's the standards of your players at the table, because by the end of the day, what really matters is if your players are having fun, with whatever the fuck you are doing as a dungeon master. That's by the end of the day. They don't need Matt Mercer, they need you as a dungeon master. Being you as a dungeon master. Even if you don't have these elaborate maps, even if you don't have these like cool miniatures, even if you don't have the money to commission like making portraits for your NPCs or making maps for your players, uh, just even showing up to the game is already something that they can appreciate you. And that is something that also Matt Mercer does. Showing up to the game. It's as simple as that. You don't have to emulate everything that they do. You just have to be the best DM for your players, and that's what matters. And don't let the standards of other DMs stop you from being a DM. Have the standards of your players determine if you have your feedback of your players determine if you need to change some things on how you DM, or sometimes even if you wanted to continue being a DM, you know. And also, welcome to the stream. Feel free to press that follow if you wanted to be informed or receive notifications about my streams. And by the way, since you're a first timer, I am Ryu Shinden, salaryman by day, armored VTuber by night, an armored fighter as well, or whenever my work schedules allow me. And I am a tabletop role-playing game nerd. I cannot shut up for the life of me about tabletop role-playing games, and that's what we're doing right now. I also play a lot of games. Most of them are retro games and whatnot. So thank you so much for dropping by. And hey, thank you so much for the follow, CC Weather 123. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. And welcome to the Brave Base. And as I was saying earlier, if you have like any comments, anything that you might wanted to add to the discussion, any advices that you wanted to add, any experiences that you have starting out as a dungeon master or game master, or just anything, you can go ahead and post it in the chat. The good thing about my chat is it doesn't move that fast, so I'll definitely read the chat. I don't want to diss other, like, not to diss other streamers or bigger streamers, but there are some advantages of a chat not moving so fast, so the streamer can read it. I definitely can read your chat, so that's good. So anyway, moving on. Number 7. Number 7 is you are not a god. You are also a player. Now, what do I mean by this? It's kind of self-explanatory, but it's kind of not, so I'm gonna elaborate on this further, especially in the you are also a player part. Whenever you are a dungeon master or a game master, this is also a lot of people, especially the new ones, there's a lot of misconception about being a dungeon master is essentially being a god of your world, being a deity of your world, where every word that you say is law, and every adjudication that you say is gospel. Is a law that should be enacted no matter what. And everything that happens in the session is something that you allowed. It only happens because you allow it. And you can easily kill your players if you wanted to. You can easily annihilate them if you wanted to. But you are a benevolent god. I remember that scene from 300. King Xerxes, the god King Xerxes. I am a benevolent god. So a lot of people have that misconception about dungeon masters and game masters being essentially gods in their games. being essentially the only person that the players should follow is the dungeon master, and he calls the shots, called everything and whatnot. Not now. In turn, the reason why I add this actually also adds an effect to to people that wanted to be dungeon masters. They have this misconception that if you are a god, you should be a fair god, you know. Uh, so the word god alone is already intimidating, you know, he because you call the shots and everything. So you already have like this huge responsibility of making sure everything that you do is right and correct because you are air quotes a god in your game whenever you run these sessions as dungeon master. And you don't realize that when you are in the game, you are also just a player. It's just that you have a different role, you have a different job in that game session. But by the end of the day, you are also a player. You have to realize when you are in a table with your friends that have their player characters, you are actually also just a player. Uh, you just do things differently because you are a dungeon master. You just have a different like responsibility or on the table or a different way of playing compared to your fellow players. But essentially, you are also a player as well. So there's no need to actually fear being a dungeon master or like this notion of like you have to do everything right or everything correct because you are just a fellow player as well. It's okay to be not perfect. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to actually open your book every now and then to see what this spell does. It's okay if you missed a ruling and you have to retcon it. It's perfectly fine. If you wanted to start being a dungeon master, don't be afraid to make mistakes. You are not a god, and nor your players would see you as a god. Believe me. They're because they are as players you are. They are players as you are. And hey, hello, John Rico. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. My name is Ryu Shinden, and I cannot shut up for the life of me about tabletop RPGs. I am a salaryman by day, armored VTuber, and armored fighter by night, whenever my work allows me. And welcome to the stream. You said here you're not a god at all. You're hunched over in a desk eating Cheetos and pizza. You're a dude trying his best. Humbling yourself at the table helps in the experience. A big chat for my first time. Oh no, it's perfectly fine. Welcome to the stream. I do appreciate it. And yeah, you're not a god at all. You're just a degenerate. You are a fellow degenerate. You are just as a degenerate as your players. You are no better than your players. Have you just have like different a different way of playing the game or different like you're just doing everything else that the players don't have to do. But you are essentially also a player by the end of the day. Sometimes it helps that if you're yourself play a character who is in universe watching over, like some deity or better a radio host that can look over. Having a character to play helps in the flow in some cases. Okay, let me share you one thing about my campaigns, alright? Let me share you this one little thing about my campaigns. In regards to your comment, son. Uh, in my campaigns or in my homebrew setting, I am the DM, right? I created this deity that is essentially just me. But he is in a deity in a sense of like that's his nature, be a deity. But that doesn't mean that he's a deity that like rules over his followers or something. As a matter of fact, out of all the deities in the pantheon that I made, this particular deity is the one that is very, very, very hands off to everything, because the only thing that he can do is observe, and that is the Primus of Tales. As the Primus of Tales, all he can do is to create tales and write tales. That's all that he can do for his all of his godhood and all of his divinity. All he can do is just write and tell tales, and it's kind of like my way of inserting myself into the campaign, but not totally involving myself into the lore of the campaign by putting like a literal self insert out there, which it may sound like a self insert, but it's kind of not as well, because the Primus of Tales doesn't really interfere with anything else, you know. So it's kind of my way of like um immersing myself as a DM. All he can do is just look over to what is happening and chronicle it. That's all he really can do. But I'm cooking up something that kind of involves the Primus of Tales in terms of like what is happening currently on my campaign. Um, that might change things. So I'm not gonna spoil anything for that. I'm not gonna spoil further, but you know, just to share. But anyway, the steering on DMPC, but sometimes yeah. I type a lot, very self-conscious about it. No, that's perfectly fine. I love when you type a lot. And again, the good thing about my chat is it doesn't really move fast. So I can definitely read them, and I'll read them for you and comment on them. We're playing two different games at the same table. People with God complexes shouldn't be on D&D. That's my hot take for today. No, it's not even a hot take. Literally like it's literally an informed opinion. I do agree on that. It is not a hot take at all. As soon as you show God complex on your table, you shouldn't be running a game at all, because not only because it is toxic, more often than not you will be disappointed, because you will soon realize that you're not even a god at all. You're not even a god at all. Whenever you are running a game as a dungeon master, you quickly realize that you're not even a god at all. You're just there to educate the game. You don't call the shots. You don't, force your players to do something. You don't. Your words are not law. At the end of the day, you'll quickly realize that whatever your god complex is doesn't even matter. Doesn't even help, because you'll quickly realize that your fun will be diminishing, all because you wanted to be a god. My favorite part is playing my friends' deities and carrying them to their values, because RPing a deity, I get to talk to my characters in a very meta way. Hey, you're doing great and I love you, bud. Oh, that's cute. Encouraging your players through your deities. That's actually a cute idea. Yeah, that's a cute idea. Like their deities, like hyping them up. Like, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. That's my follower. Yeah, that's my follower. That's my follower. See? That's actually a cute way to like motivate your players. Roleplay as the deity that your players are following, and like give them pep talk or hype them up and whatnot. That's actually a cool concept. But anyway, going back, as I mentioned earlier, you are not a god, you're also a player. So don't be pressured on being perfect every time you run the game, or forget the fear of being perfect at every time. And also don't have god complex as well, because you'll not enjoy the game. I'll tell you that you'll not enjoy the game at all, because everything that you wanted to do will be just denied. that will not happen. So next up is number 8. And again, if you're just dropping by, everything that I'm saying here are in no particular order. I except probably the first two. Probably the first two. Those are the things that I would recommend doing first. But the rest, you can do them in no particular in any order. Uh, you don't have to start with like number 3. So next up, just give me one moment. Right, sorry about that. I was charging my batteries. So next up, okay, take the opportunity to show off your work. Okay. All right. Here's the thing though. Now this is a hot take that I will be talking about. This is a hot take that I'm about to say about being a DM. A lot of DMs out there would say that if you're running a D&D game or if you're running a tabletop role-playing game, you should be when you are more concerned about how you wrote your story versus how you run the game and be enjoyable to your players, especially when you're railroading. You should be writing a novel instead of like running the game. Now, in some sense, that is agreeable. I definitely agree with that statement, especially with the railroading part. Although with railroading as well, I do have some things to say about that. That is quite, I don't know, controversial. Um, but in terms of like writing a story for a game or writing your campaign's main story or the overarching arc or the arcs, the multiple arcs that will be within your campaign or even the one shot game that you're about to run, a lot of DMs and even a lot of players would say that it is better to be more concerned with you know making your game as free as possible when it comes to choices. Now, the thing is, and hey, hello, Static Wiz. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I saw you playing Dark Souls, and I hope you didn't die a lot. Although you probably died a lot. But hello and welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. But anyway, going back, what I'm trying to say is, and this might be a hot take, and this may be an uninformed take, but it is perfectly fine to show off your work as a reason why you wanted to to be a dungeon master. If you wrote this like elaborate campaign with all these twists and turns, and or if you wrote this like homebrew setting that you wanted to show off to your players and that you have been writing for like a couple of years now and you have many revisions of, or if you wanted to like implement the system that you came up for yourself, I think that the thing that could motivate you a lot to take up being a dungeon master is the opportunity to show what you have been working on. The opportunity to show people that hey, I wrote this lore, I wrote this setting that is really really cool. Because let me share you something. The campaign, the setting that I run, the setting that I use to run my campaigns in, the homebrew setting that I use, which is Exaya, is something that I had worked on for many years and had revision so many times. And one of the things that greatly motivated me to be a dungeon master is to show off that homebrew setting, show off that setting that I wrote. Now, Exia is something that I wrote even way before I was introduced to D&D. This is a setting that I wrote so many times. But the thing is, I was not confident on publishing it as a novel series because I had this like dream of publishing a novel. But I never really got to do it, mostly because I lack the self confidence to publish my work. Because I think I am still a shit writer, even until now that I'm DMing. Uh, I never really got to have that courage to actually like show off my work for the longest time. So the longest time that I have been writing this world, I have been writing this setting. Um, I never really had the confidence before to even show it off, even to my friends. Because in my mind, if you are to about to publish something, it should be good, right? It should be good enough for people to see. That's why you publish it, or at least that is what I think. That's like my stupid brain would think that you have to really have a like a very good, compelling story and universe and setting and lore to be able to even publish the thing and show it off to people. uh Being a dungeon master and the prospect of being a dungeon master gave me that opportunity to show off the work that I have been doing, which I didn't really had confidence on showing off people what I made. uh it gave me a lot of opportunities to enhance what I already wrote, because I am not the only one writing the story, it's with other people. Because also, one of my insecurities is being able to come up with ideas alone. While I do have ideas, I am not very confident on implementing them because I don't have confidence in myself. I have huge self esteem issues that kept me from doing a lot of things. And being a dungeon master really helped me with my self confidence, because not only I was able to show off my work, but I was able to enhance whatever I worked on in such a way that not only sharing it to others, but having others enrich it for me, you know, because I realized quickly that at the end of the day, what I really loved is hearing these stories and working with people to create a compelling story. You know, there are some authors out there that are very good with coming up with their own stories and writing their own stories. There are people out there that are very good at writing that, and there are like famous authors out there that had been doing that for the longest time, writing stories all of their own. But me, I really love the concept of building a story with other people. And tabletop RPGs gave me that opportunity of exploring that concept of building stories with other people. And I think a lot of people, especially the new ones that are just getting into the tabletop role playing game community, have to remember that you are playing these games to build stories, to build legends, to build epics that you and your players would be clamoring for years to come, and you would tell your children that I played this awesome game of D&D where my character did this and that. My character did this cool shit that my dungeon master allowed me to do, because my dungeon master further elaborated on that thing, that cool shit that I did, my character did on that table. And ever since then, ever since then, I love playing D&D. Uh, my friends are having fun, blah blah blah. You know, so I really love that concept, and that gave me the opportunity to show off my work, because I wanted to have my work enhanced by that concept that I was really interested of, which is building stories with my players, with other people. Um, and also to share you a little bit of something that something that I was working on. When I was working on Exaya during the time that I was in high school, I was not the only one who actually writing it. I was kind of sharing it with my close friends and telling them like what it's all about. And they were like pitching to me ideas of like, oh, maybe you can do this, maybe you can do that, blah 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 kind of thing. And I kind of forgot that. I kind of forgot that concept that, hey, I love this collaboration. I love this like collaborative storytelling concept. And sadly, I forgot that. And tabletop role playing games rekindled my love for that kind of storytelling. So that's why. That's why I mentioned here that take an opportunity to show off your work, not because you wanted to force your story to your players, but because you wanted to show your players the opportunity. You wanted to show others the opportunity of, I have this concept that I created and I wanted to enrich it with you guys. I have this story that I wanted to make, and this is the premise. This is the premise of that story. And I wanted you guys to play with me because I wanted this story to develop. And I wanted you guys to develop the story with me as well. Because by the end of the day, playing tabletop role playing games is not just about fighting monsters, uh, or slaying dragons, or saving the townsfolk, or getting treasure and getting loot. It's not all about that. It's the stories that you create along the way, not just in the table, but out of the table. And I think a lot of people should realize that. And Newtonia says here, and again, and also welcome to the stream, Newtonia. There's a story that you wanted to tell, and you wanted your friends to take part of its creations. Exactly. And at least for me, that's where almost 100% of the fun of being a DM came from. For me, is the opportunity to develop this concept of a story with people in my table, with my friends, with my players. And you never really get that opportunity anywhere else, except if you're like in a writer's like think tank or whatnot, or a brainstorming session. But this one is more fun because you're playing as the characters themselves. There's this like a degree of like uncertainty to it with the dice rolls. And even you as a dungeon master, you wouldn't know what will happen because of the dice rolls and the situations that your characters are in, and how they make decisions and whatnot. All of these opportunities to create an organic story that is being built up every session is so fascinating for me. It's so fascinating for me, and I would be very happy if a lot of people would also see this opportunity. To not only show off your work, but to let the people on your table enhance that, and also create concepts of their own to show up their work as well. So don't be afraid if you have created this story on your own. Don't be afraid to show it to people. If you have like this cool concept of a campaign or an adventure, show it to people and use the opportunity of being a dungeon master to show it off to these people that you have this concept that you think it's cool to explore, even if it is as simple as just killing goblins in a dungeon. It's still cool to explore that. Maybe because those goblins probably are not just goblins, but goblins was sent by a dark god that is trying to conquer the nine realms. But for some reason, they sent goblins. For some reason, wouldn't that be cool to explore? Because you don't know why. So let's explore why. So even in the simplest of concepts could be the grandest of adventures. So don't be afraid to show your work. Take this opportunity. So, actually, you see, this is all that I think of at the top of my head of the things that you can do while you're starting. If you wanted to start to be a dungeon master or a game master. So, again, these are not expert tips and advices. These are the things that worked for me when I was starting out, and I was kind of forced to be a dungeon master, but for the most part, I wanted to be a dungeon master. But these are the things that helped me ease into it, ease into the concept of being a dungeon master at least. And again, this is not only for D&D. This is for every game, every system that is out there that is a role-playing game system. You can use these. It might not work for you. It might work for you, but it worked for me. So I think it's perfectly fine to share it. And I believe that I would hope that these would be good enough for newbies to take note of at least. Okay, let me read then some things here in the chat. I have been neglecting chat for quite a long while. Give me one moment. Let me read the chat. And also, again, welcome for the new guys in the stream. I would appreciate it if you hit the follow button. Not because I wanted more followers. Well, partly of it is that. But just to, like, get notifications whenever I go live. I cannot shut up for the life of me about Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop role-playing games. But don't worry, I also do other things. I also play games like a normal streamer would. A normal VTuber would. I also play games, I guess. But yeah, I'd also do other things. I do appreciate you dropping by in the stream. Let me read some comments here. So John Rico said, literally the reason I visit streams, I have 3 friends and they're in my game. I can't show them spoilers. Yeah. That is kind of hard because you see a couple of people here in my chat, Side Eyes to Static Wiz, Side Eye to Static Wiz are my players as well in my game. So I cannot really mention a lot of things about my campaigns because it would literally spoil them because they are literally in my chat right now, baiting me into saying things. What you're saying is also under the umbrella of setting expectations, which should be 100% of this list. Okay, we'll add that. We'll add that again. We can add more things in this. Setting expectations. That is actually a very good thing that we can add here. Setting expectations. not only for your players but for yourself as well. Setting expectations for yourself as well. As soon as you are diving into this kind of thing, into the dungeon mastering, is also to set expectations to yourself. Most of these things that are on the list here are things that you can set expectations to yourself to make it easier for you to get into the idea of DMA. This leans into why I said players are stupid, because I wasn't clear on my expectations. I have some of the players take NPCs that are put there clearly to be friends when you think you're cool and sing your praises, and my players, they then say really stupid shit to them that the character would go against their values and end up with no allies. And then look at me, I have 7 heads. Why High Priest NPC no like me when I said I've eaten people? I think this is more of like a session 0 thing, to set expectations to your players as well. And which also goes to like how to start being a dungeon master, is you have to also learn to set expectations to your players. Although I would make a comment about players being stupid, which they are. Don't get me wrong on that. They are stupid, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. It's more of the players are given an opportunity to roleplay, which means they are given an opportunity to do things that they would not otherwise do in real life. That is why sometimes you as a dungeon master, you would feel that there are some things that doesn't make sense that your players do. But the more that you think about it, the more that you realize that this is because they were given an opportunity to be in a world wherein they can do pretty much whatever they want and not get side eyes from people in their reality. That's why they do those things. You also have to understand that. So that's why being a dungeon master, you have to also expect the unexpected. Because of the fact that your players will do things that would sometimes would not make sense to you as a dungeon master, but you just kind of have to take it, because by the end of the day they are role playing their characters, and they're role playing in a situation. They are in a situation where they can pretty much have their characters do whatever they wanted as a player. It's just a matter if they would be in line with what the characters should do or would most likely do. Kind of force talk more like that, and I'm pulling the trigger. Me baiting you, I would never. I don't know, Static. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, setting expectations as well. I think setting expectations to yourself that once you get into this, every fear that you have as a dungeon master, or the prospect of being a dungeon master, is kind of something that you realize that, hey, it's not so bad after all. It's not so bad after all. And hello, thank you so much for the follow, John Rico. I do appreciate it. Don't you trust this innocent little face? I know. No, I don't trust. Just kidding. Just kidding. Not like I have made it abundantly clear that my goal as a player is to fuck over the DM or anything. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, anything that you wanted to add on this list on how to start? And the thing is, we're just talking about like general things. Like generally the things that you can do to ease your way in as being on the prospect of being a dungeon master. Because more often that the The most frequent thing that I notice is a lot of people wanted to be players. They're not afraid of being players, but they're so afraid of being dungeon masters for some reason. Yeah, I'd like to replace number one with don't. Don't take the no. I was explaining earlier, and I'm not really sure if you were there while I was explaining it. What I mean by number one, by taking the initiative, is essentially just starting. Just start. Just take the step. That's the number one thing that you can do actually with anything that you wanted to try out. Just do it. Just do the thing. Just present yourself. I want to be a dungeon master. I could be the dungeon master. Don't don't have it stuck in your head the idea. Just actually present yourself as a dungeon master, or present yourself to have the role. Because DM has been turned into this mystical idea where you know it all and have to have everything ready. In reality, you just need good improv. That is in line with number three. That is actually in line with what I have as number three, which is you don't have to memorize, you just have to understand. As a DM, the mostly the thing that most people are afraid of being a dungeon master is the notion that you have to know everything. You have to memorize everything, which is not actually the case. Most of the time, whenever you are a dungeon master, you're just flying by the seat of your feet, right? Sometimes improving whole sessions of games just because your players did something that you did not expect right then and there. So you have to improvise. Get the ball rolling and watching the players run after. Yeah, that is also a good approach to whenever you're DM. You just get the ball rolling and let the players follow it. Let the players do whatever with it. Stop the ball, get the ball to the other direction, take the ball and throw it away, keep the ball in the meantime, put a smiley face on the ball and make them their friend, cast some magic on the ball and make them speak. I don't know, you know? And you as a dungeon master, what you just did is just roll the ball. Now just take 3 minimum to Google a rule. If 3 meters you can't find it, just making a ruling and search it later again, and next time rules as written. 3 minutes minimum to Google a rule. If the 3 minute I think 3 minutes is what you're talking about. You can't find it, just make a ruling and search it later again, and next time rules as written. Okay, so here's how I handle it. Here's how I handle situations wherein you have a little bit of a disagreement between you as a DM and your players about rules. One thing that you can do is roll a d6. Just do a roll off. If both of you cannot agree with how a rule is implemented, roll a d6. Whoever's the highest, they take the rule. They implement the rule that they wanted, how they wanted to implement it, even if they're a player. Because again, it is connected to number 7 right here. You are not a god. You are also a player. If there's a disagreement on the table about anything about the rules, just do a roll off. Whoever's the highest, he will implement the rule. They will implement the rule. The rule will be implemented based on what they think it is. because you wanted to keep the session moving. You wanted to keep the session going. Now, if you needed further discussion on that, you can do it out of the table, out of the session, and you can discuss it further, why you read it this way or why they read it this way, and come up with a compromise, come up with a homebrew rule that satisfies um ideally both how you both read the rules or interpret the rules. But by the end of the day, it also connects to number 3: don't memorize, just understand. Because what I believe is, the rules are there as just guidelines. They are not rules that are law that should be followed. Every single ruling in the player's handbook or even the dungeon master's guide for D&D or any other system are just there as guidelines. At least for me, I only use them as guidelines to for how I adjudicate games. More often than not, if I needed to bend them, I bend them to facilitate or accommodate a situation. And if there's like any disagreements with how I ruling how I interpreted the rules, how versus how my players interpreted the rules, more often than not, I would just give them like the reins. More often than not. But if not, I would provide them like some option as a compromise, you know. Yeah, if anything, another DM of mine relies more on me knowing the rules better than him. If your players know the rules, then more often than not just ask if they can roll what they need to roll. Yeah, exactly, Static. More often than not, the players, your players would just ask you as a DM, can I roll for this, or can I do this, or can I do that? More often than not, if you are an accommodating DM, you would just say, okay, you just roll for it. Let's see. Let's see if you will be able to successfully do it. Because the rule of thumb is, whenever you're DMing, you let your players do whatever they wanted, but give them always this disclaimer that I will let you do that, but you have to roll for it. Of course, there are some things that obviously they cannot do. Obviously, like let's say, do jump to the moon in a single jump with no other means of being able to do that. Of course, there are things that you would just straight up say, nah, you can't do it. But there are a lot of things as well that you can discuss between the player and the GM. Yeah, you're the DM when you're starting. Take the hints from the guy who knows more, but in the end, you get the final say. Yeah, in a sense, you get the final say. But again, you are also a player as well, so you have to also see where your player is coming from, in terms of like why they think that, how they understood the ruling. I function as the chaotic neutral rules lawyer at a few tables, and I'm not sorry. It's okay to be a rules lawyer. I think the situations where it's okay to be a rules lawyer is if you are running, if you're running, let's say, an Adventures League game. Because the way an Adventures League session, or the way that just generally Adventures League work, is it's being played across many tables. And the last thing that you wanted to happen is those tables having like their own set of rules that doesn't match to each other, especially if you're playing in this single overarching story across different tables. That's the last thing that you don't want to happen. That's the last thing that you wanted to happen, is your tables having these different interpretation of the rules. So that's why in Adventures League, it's okay to be a rules lawyer, which is honestly something that I also kind of hated, and that's and mostly the main reason why I stopped playing Adventures League. You will let me do it later. I'm still working on the jump to the moon build. You will let me do it. Well, I mean, there's a thing that I will not let you do it, but there's another thing that yeah, you can try. You can certainly try. I can't fireball and then quicking spell another fireball. Haha, good joke. Ha! You think you can do it? You know, there are situations wherein, yeah, there are some things that you cannot allow your players to do. I will tell you, mom and dad. Anyway, anything else that you wanted to add this on the list? Add on the list. Anything that anything you guys think that that someone that is starting to like DM should or can do to like at least ease their way into being a dungeon master. Right, I'm gonna lurk a bit. We're gonna eat. No, no, thank you for chilling out. Anyway, well, if there's, I mean, if there's nothing else, this is the things that I can think at the top of my head. That at least these are the things that really helped me when I was starting out as a dungeon master. Uh, and again, I would wish that more people would get into being a dungeon master or a game master besides being a player, because let me tell you, it is actually really fun. You you think that there's like a lot of work with being a dungeon master, which it is in some cases. It does have some work. It does have some work that you need to do. But once you soon realize that whatever you're doing, that dungeon mastering is actually fun. No matter how much work you've done on preparing your campaign, or writing your campaign and whatnot, it wouldn't matter because you're having fun. And I think that's also the case with other things, right? That's also the case with other things. All right. So, uh, okay, let me do this. Excuse me for a moment. I'm gonna be actually doing a YouTuber outro. So, so just forgive me for a moment. You know, to this would look weird, but I'm just gonna be doing number 10. We love you. Aw, that's sweet. That's sweet. Thank you for that. But yeah, this gonna be weird, but I'm gonna be just doing a short YouTuber outro because again, this will be something that will be probably a video in the next couple of weeks. So I'm just gonna be doing an YouTuber outro. Okay, all right, okay. Okay, and this I might mess this one up. So I'm just doing some things on my recording here. Give me one moment. Okay, and there's that. If you like this video, you can go ahead and share it. You can go ahead and like the video, or please subscribe to my YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Syndonice, so you can be notified on whenever I upload videos. There will be lots of videos coming up, so watch out for those. Now, if you wanted to actually know whatever I'm doing, whenever I'm streaming and whatnot, you can always follow my Twitter. That's twitter.com/RyuShinden. Again, that's twitter.com/RyuShinden to know whatever I'm doing or to be notified whenever I stream. And speaking of streaming, I also stream at twitch.com/RyuShinden. I stream whenever I wanted to. I don't have any schedules yet, but I will try to make a schedule. I will try to keep a schedule. And if you wanted to be notified whenever I stream, you can always follow me on twitch.tv/. You can always follow me on twitch.tv/RyuShinden, so you'll be notified whenever I stream. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. And as always, brave on. How's that? How's that for a YouTuber outro? Is that good? Is that good enough? Should I do it again? I can edit it though. Maybe we can do it again. Do you agree, guys? I don't know. Could have more explosions. We're gonna add more explosions. We're gonna add some explosions to that. The brave on boom 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 boom. You know what? Let me do that again. Okay, let me do that again. A little bit better. Because I was kind of stuttering earlier, because I was just doing it at the top of my head, just doing it like improv. So let me do it this way, right? And maybe we can do it this way, right? Maybe we can do like a close-up instead. Okay, so YouTuber outro, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. So, I hope you like this video, and if you enjoy this video, you can always hit the subscribe button and the button, or you can follow me at twitter.com/RyuShinden, so you have notifications on whatever I'm doing, whatever stuff that I'm doing. You can also be notified about my streams, because I always post my streams out there. And if you wanted to, you can also follow my Twitch stream at www.twitch.tv/RyuShinden. I don't have a perfect schedule yet, but I will try to in the future. But if you want to be notified, you can always follow my Twitch channel, so you can have some notifications on whenever I stream. So again, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy watching, and as always, brave on. How's that? How's that? No stutters. We're gonna play some explosions out there, as Sun's request. So we're gonna do some explosions, I promise. Perfect, perfect. Perfect. That is perfect. I'm just gonna edit it in post, and this is actually the first time, or technically the second time, I did a YouTuber outro. And also, for those of you who didn't know, I actually have the link for my YouTube channel on the bottom of the stream. You can just click that and then go ahead and subscribe. It doesn't really have that much right now. But I do my best to actually upload videos, including the one that we did earlier. I'm gonna be doing like an edited version of that, and that is something that I might do more frequently in the future, is to upload some content on my YouTube channel. And maybe this is not something that is solid, but I do also plan on streaming on YouTube, my YouTube channel. So that is something that is not solid yet, that is not confirmed. I am working on it though, but I think I will be streaming on YouTube. No concrete date yet. So that's why. And um, I will be making some announcements probably in the next stream. Some new things that are coming up. I'm gonna be doing that next stream. Okay, so what else I'm gonna be doing then? I think we're gonna play some games for a bit. We can play Halls of Torment. I wanted to play Halls of Torment. Or we can play another game. We can do some SMC runs. Super Mecha Champions. We can do that. Or maybe we can do both. What do you think? Or would you like me to make a poll? Even though we have a few people here, I could make a poll and ask you guys what we can play. Or would you like me to talk about more tabletop RPGs? It's up to you guys. We still have like a couple of hours. Still have a couple of hours before I set off. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Okay, Halls of Torment first. Pathfinder Kingmaker. Oh, I really wanted to play that game. I was actually playing. Sorry, I was playing around the Splatoon. No worries. I was actually playing Divinity Original Sin 2 last time. I haven't touched that game. I haven't touched that game for quite a while. But I was playing Divinity Original Sin 2 last time. If you wanted to watch that, I do have a VOD channel. Link is on the bottom below. I do have a VODs channel on YouTube, so you can watch that playthrough. I haven't finished that yet. I even haven't got to finish like the first chapter. But I will play it. I will play it sometime. I will get back to Divinity Original Sin. But I also do like to play Pathfinder Kingmaker. I heard it was good. I also have this like other game that I wanted to try, which is Solasta. It's also kind of like Kingmaker, and I believe that Solasta was inspired by Kingmaker, by Pathfinder Kingmaker. So I wanted to play that as well. Yeah, Solasta is cool. I believe it's based on Pathfinder. It's like inspired by Pathfinder because of the classes alone. But anyway, here's what we're going to do. We're gonna play a little bit of Halls of Torment because I am addicted to that game and I wanted to beat the 30 minutes. Hopefully we can beat the 30 minutes this time. We can get to the boss monster. Let me set up my other monitor here. Because I don't have a double monitor, so I wanted to make sure that I can see the screen. Oh, it uses the 5.1 SRD from D&D from what I hear. Solasta? Really? Really now? I thought Solasta was using Pathfinder rules. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I'm stupid, so... Okay, let me switch my other game. I only have my screen up here. I can see the chat. Chat! So anyway. Oh, let me change my category. I'm gonna play a few rounds, and I might need to dip out. Normally I stream for like 4 to 5 hours normally on a normal stream. I don't really stream that long and that much because of like my work schedules and whatnot. I normally stream for like 4 hours, so we still have like I can do 5 hours today. I can probably do 5 hours. Just give me one moment. Let me change my category here. So Twitch wouldn't be mad at us. Give me one quick moment here. My laptop is running really slow. I really need to actually upgrade this one. I've been meaning to upgrade my laptop because here's the thing. I have a couple of RAM sticks here, 16 gig each, and I have like a 1 terabyte SSD, like NVMe, the little one. But they're not installed yet, so I need to have them installed. Also Torment. Okay, let me. Done. Okay. Alright. So change that. Okay, let's go. Let's go Swordsman. So, for those of you who didn't know, Pulse of Torment is basically... It's basically... If Diablo... Oh, what's this? Oh, credits. Basically, if Diablo and Vampire Survivors have a baby. Basically. That's the basic premise of it. If Vampire Survivors and Diablo 2 specifically, or Diablo 1, had a baby, it's what this game is. Now, what I liked about this, although Vampire Survivors is still a great game, it's a great cheap game. This one has a lot more options for like customizing your builds, a lot more options to like stats and whatnot, and abilities and whatnot. You should play Fear and Hunger. No, fuck no, I'm not gonna play that game. Fuck no. You're not gonna make me play that game. Because here's the thing though, it's not because I hate the game, right? It's not even because of that. I actually love the concept of the game, Fear and Hunger. I love the concept of the game. I love the intriguing like lore of it. Because I've been watching a couple of streams of streamers playing it. I just don't love the prospect of me dying over and over and over again. Like, that will be boring, you know? That will be boring for the stream. Because I can assure you that I'll be dying repeatedly to that game. Because I am not a pro gamer. I am nowhere a pro gamer. If you're looking for like high octane Poggers PogChamp gameplay here, this is not the stream. And I think because of how bad I will be playing that game, you, the chat, will be disappointed me playing that game and seeing how I die over and over again. But anyway, here we go. First run. Hopefully we can get to at least 20 minutes for this. Hopefully, hopefully. Do you actually see? Let me do it this way. Just give me one moment because let me take off my DM screen here. Take. Where's my DM screen? Okay, there you go. Let me take out my DM screen. Let me move myself. Move myself right over here. Alright, just to for you to guys see the time and the kills and whatnot, blah blah blah. The things on top doesn't really matter. It's just like weapon cooldowns and whatnot. But okay, so we have the time here at least. If I wanted to watch someone die over and over and over and not have fun, I'd watch my friend play Apex Legends. That is also why I don't play Apex Legends, because you'll just see me die over and over again. That'll be boring. And here's the thing though. Other streamers would like die over and over again, but every now and then you would see like these cool moments. You know? But me, I am not that kind of streamer. I am not that kind of streamer. I just talk a lot. I just really talk a lot. Okay, so let's see here. We either can do attack speed or crit damage. We can try going crit damage. We'll get the speed later. We'll get the crit, the attack speed. Once we get like a large enough range. Now the thing about this game, the big difference about this game and Vampire Survivors, as in Vampire Survivors, you cannot aim the weapons and abilities that you have. Okay, so there you go. We go attack speed. In Vampire Survivors, you cannot really aim your weapons. But in this game, it allows you to aim your weapons manually or automatically if you like. And it also lets you attack manually or automatically if you like. Although I would not I would not recommend turning off the auto attack. I would highly recommend turning on auto attack at least. If you don't want to get carpal tunnel syndrome, you have to turn off auto attack. But auto aim, I would highly recommend turning it on because you can have like control on where you're aiming your weapon, especially in those like very dangerous moments where you're being swarmed. I really need to build up the damage here. You still have the DM how to start on screen. Oh, really? Really now? Oh, the text. Sorry about that. So unprofessional. See, I am very unprofessional. But thank you for that. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. See how unprofessional I am? It happens. Let's see. Either we do the bonus or we do how frequent the crit hits. Maybe we can do hit chance for now. We can do that for now. Okay, there's this first boss. And I don't have... And I don't really have like my first ability. But I can kill this guy and get the ability without going down the map. Because that is actually quite far. You see here in the bottom. That is actually quite far. will take me a while to actually get there. And hey, is the game too soft or too loud? Or is my voice too loud? Let me know. Ooh, oh, okay. I'm being swarmed. I'm being swarmed. Alright, alright. It's just fine. Alright. Cool. Thank you. It's just fine. I know, I'm just wondering, Joe Rico, how did you discover my stream? Did you see my post on Twitter, or did you just randomly stumbled upon my stream on Twitch? How did you discover my stream? I'm just curious. Okay, we do the critical hit chance. Yeah, how did you discover my stream? I'm really curious. Because you see, Twitch doesn't really have a very great system, a very good system of like discovery. So I'm actually wondering, how did you actually find my stream in the first place? Not that you don't, I don't want you to find my stream, you know. I'm just curious on how did you find it. So I randomly go on Twitch, I go to the D&D streams and explicitly seek out people who are world building session. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. I also did like had some random followers that okay, let's do cone size. I did have some followers before that also they did the same thing. They just saw me like talking about D&D, and they just randomly stumbled upon my channel talking about world building, which is honestly something that I really wanted to talk about more frequently, especially world building, because that is some the stuff that I really love about playing D&D, is just having that opportunity to build your, you know, your lore, your setting and whatnot, and be able to like have your players enjoy it or not, depending on how bad you you wrote the thing. But yeah, I hold also like a few chatters that also did the same, pretty much did the same thing, and got here for the same reason. Actual play, disgusting. A dude hunched over his desk trying desperately to crunch prep 30 minutes before the game. That's my jam. Hell yeah. That shot of adrenaline caused by you cramming 30 minutes before the game starts. Just doing this panic speed prep of like making tokens and finalizing your maps and type and getting all of these stat blocks and writing your scenarios last minute. You know, that exhilarating feeling of you cramming at the last minute. The same way I wish people would help me for me, I try to help them. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. And that's why I do these streams where I just talk about stuff that are like, you know, I wanted to, well, the content that I primarily wanted to do is like more of educational, really, because again, I am not a great gamer. I am not a very skillful professional gamer. I really love to play games, but I'm not good at them. So that's why most of the content that I wanted to create are more of like educational, rather than like showcasing my talents with gaming. because I love giving advice to people. I love like sharing my experiences with people, and also educating them about some things. Now the next thing that I wanted to do for content is basically doing like like the core basics now of dungeon mastering, which is like learning the system and whatnot, the responsibilities that you're doing, and we go to those each of those responsibilities, like coming up with NPCs, role playing, world building, writing lore, writing campaigns and whatnot. Those are the things that we'll be doing in the future, definitely. The same way I wish people would help for me, I try to help them. Aw. I, I just like talking about D&D, and if people need ideas, I help because I like helping. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though, even if people don't help you, don't let that stop you from helping others, because eventually you will find people that will help you because you help them. People do really be unhelpful out there. I got some stories. Yeah, I mean, it does suck, It's also the same case for me, because most of the things that I do them by myself. Oh, ooh, okay. 10 plus 10 base attack damage, plus 15 movement speed, or increases block strength. I can just put them on the well. We'll do Iron Ring. Base attack damage. Because I do need the attack damage. Ooh, I'm proccing. I'm proccing the crits. That is good. That is good. Ooh, okay. We're cooking with gas. We're cooking with gas. So we'll go probably, or maybe we can invest with health regen as early as now, so I can survive a little bit longer with the upcoming bosses. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that you can do is to take the initiative to help. There are people out there that are definitely unhelpful, so that's why you need to take the initiative as well. Long fingers. Okay, we're doing long dick or a long dick. We need to kite these fools. Okay, gimme that XP. Gimme. Okay, now I am in the bone zone. Oh no, I am in the bone zone. I am in the bone zone. How much gold should I give my players? I never learned because my DMs were stingy. Goes off on a tangent about how he doesn't use gold and uses gold adjacent treasures with a set value that the DM allows them to trade for treasure. Like, bro, that doesn't answer my question at all. Sometimes you just really get these like comments that are just like just people saying things just for the sake of saying it, kind of thing. I understand that people just wanted to talk. because I do that as well. Sometimes I would just like ramble and ramble. Like even I don't know if, even I am not sure if what I'm talking about is like making sense at all. And there will be those people that like, why would you even say this? This is something that this is I didn't ask for this. This is not what I'm asking for. Okay, maybe it's time to get this thing on the bottom. While I try to kill this guy. Ooh, magnet, magnet. That's good, that's good. That's smog. We can do damage. I hear it's notoriously bad on TikTok. I've known a few people who made DM advice videos. Apparently, you'll say one thing and someone leaving a bunch of comments giving the exact opposite advice. Well, that's TikTok for you. And I mean, that also happens with YouTube, you know. I have read like this very bad advice about like fudging your roles. You know, that is very very bad advice because I do understand that there are some times that you can fudge your roles if you like to, but this guy was just like really encouraging to fudge your roles because they said, but at the end of the day you have like the say because you're the DM, right? And your players wouldn't know what's happening. That was just like very bad advice. And also TikTok being TikTok. I don't really use TikTok. The thing about TikTok is I only really see the value of TikTok if you're like a content creator like what I'm doing. But in terms of like personal, I don't really use TikTok personally. I may have a TikTok in the future, but that is like primarily just to, you know, promote my content and whatnot. Honestly, I don't even use Twitter that much. I mentioned earlier that, yeah, if you wanted to know the things that I have been doing, you can follow my Twitter. But that's because that's the only social media app that I'm currently using. Currently. I do have a Facebook before, but I kind of abandoned it. I only really use that with, you know, communicating with family members. Other than that, I don't really use it that often. And Twitter, I do have the Twitter, but that's like me just posting updates and whatnot. I fudge my rolls consistently and I'm not sorry. That's okay. I mean, that's perfectly fine with fudging your rolls because again, there are situations that makes fudging rolls make sense. And I think it's all about like the intent of why you were fudging your roll. It's all about like intent. Because sometimes there are some moments wherein you have to kind of need to have control, let's say a pacing of your encounter, you know. If let's say the encounter is already like taking so long to finish, longer than it needs to be, you can kind of fudge your rolls to have like lower results so that you can just and your encounters that you think is already taking too long. Wait, just give me one moment. Fucking mosquitoes in here. Sorry about that. What did I do? All right. Sorry about that. There's just a lot of mosquitoes out there for some reason. My window is actually kind of open, so a lot of mosquitoes. I don't want to turn on my AC because I'm almost broke. I'm trying to save up. I'm trying to save up money for electricity bills and. Ooh, multi-hit. Okay. This is hard. This is very hard. But anyway, going back on fudging your rolls, I think it really depends on the situation and the context where you can or cannot fudge your roll. But the whole idea is if you're keeping away the fact that you're fudging your rolls from your players in some capacity, you should have like a very good reason why you're doing so. Actually, scratch that. You should have a very good reason why you were fudging a roll. And it better not be just to beat your players. Because that goes against one of the things that you should not do as a DM, which is be the adversary for your players. First and foremost, if you wanted to be a DM, you should be the #1 fan for your players. So anyway, what we're doing, we can do critical damage. Okay, let's go with critical damage. Oh my god, this is the big boy. I need to get to that thing. Yes, at least I'm surviving a little bit longer than my last run. Because in my last run, I only survived for like 19 minutes. I only survived with 19 minutes remaining. So, like, I only survived for like 10 minutes. Let me get to this other upgrade here. And then we can try... if we can... Nope, 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 nope. Wait. My chat here is falling up. I tend to fudge for like first 3 rounds of combat. Nothing like I haven't 3 turns of natural ones to really make the BBG feel like it was worth 3 years of the campaign. Want combat to be exciting, so I start strong and then take the rest into fate's hands. Because let's face it, action economy will swing their way. Plus, I don't want to encourage them just using their cantrips. A good first 3 rounds will have them using those spell slots. Yeah, I mean, if fudging your rolls means, you know, making your combat more exciting, that's perfectly fine. You know, I think there are some situations and there are some reasons why fudging your rolls could be something that you can do. But I think what's more important is like, as long as you're not using the roll fudging to like fuck over your players or winning air quotes the D&D game, it's perfectly fine. Because some DMs would fudge their rolls because they wanted to beat their players. And by itself, that is already like the wrong mentality when it comes to being a dungeon master. To be, ooh, Dragon's Breath. I am waiting for this thing. This is cool. Okay, this is good. We're cooking with gas now. I have Dragon's Breath now because it can do that. Okay. I'm gonna get this. Oh. I don't have the needles. Shit. Also, I will fudge my natural 20s into he hits sometimes. Because I feel bad. Sometimes he will hit. Now you see, my players, well, a couple of my players are like super optimizers. You know, I don't fudge rolls that often, mind you. But there are times that, but there are times like I would kind of make some adjustments on the fly, mostly in regards to how the enemy behaves, so that I can actually control the pacing of a session. Because of the fact that some of my players are really good at optimizing their characters. As a matter of fact, one of them was chatting earlier, Static, or Titus. The fact that some of my players are really good with optimizing, I was summoned. The fact that some of my players are really good with optimizing their characters, I did actually had to make some adjustments on the fly. But as far as fudging my rolls, I haven't really done that in my campaign so far. On my current campaign so far, I haven't really done that. Maybe we can go with the ripping. I'm okay with health though. But I wanted to have more regeneration though. This is hard. Yeah, let's do regeneration. Let's go regen. We need to invest in the future. And I need some attack speed with this thing. I really need attack speed for this thing. Okay, so here we go. Ripping. So I need some speed with my Dragon's Breath. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked. I'm getting super fucked. Okay, Dragon's Breath. Okay, Dragon's Breath. We go Dragon's Breath. We go. Invest in Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath evolutions actually is really cool. So I wanted to invest in Dragon's Breath. Okay, at least they're getting some damage with the burn effect. Should we actually get the magnet now? Or is it too early? Okay. I think we can get them. We can try getting the magnet. Now the good thing is my block is proccing somehow. My block is somehow saving my ass. Oh, okay, I'm dumb. Okay, alright, let's get this through. Let's go through this. No ripping again. But I think I'm gonna die here. I hate these guys. I hate them. They're just homing on you. I really hate these spearbone dudes. I just really hate them. I have no... I don't have like this enough speed and damage to actually damage them fast enough. So quick hands. But I'm gonna die here, by the way. I just really hate these guys. Oh my god, I am dead, I am dead, I am dead, I am dead. I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Don't worry about fudging though. I actually had the DM fudge the rolls and it didn't stop me. Can't force your boss to hit if it's dead after all. Yeah, I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead with this. Yep, I'm dead. Okay. Well, should we do... Wait, just give me one moment. Let me check something. Okay. I'm gonna do one more run. Just one last run. And I'm gonna use Exterminator for this. I'm gonna use Exterminator. Let me... Attack speed, pickup range, block strength. Okay. I'm gonna use Exterminator for this. We're gonna do one more run. I still have one more run in me. And also we need to upgrade. So attack range. And... Whoop, I cannot afford everything else. Oh, health capacity. Okay. Nope. Can't afford that either. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna do one more run and I'm gonna have to dip out. So, do Haunted Caverns again. Okay. So, yeah, the Exterminator is basically a DPS character. It uses a flamethrower. It does like this continuous double-digit damage. Now, unlike the Swordsman, which does eventually 3-digit damage, way earlier than the Exterminator. The Exterminator has like the burn effect, which does damage over time. To enemies. And hey, also feel free to actually backseat me. I don't mind backseating. You wanted me to pick up like a certain power up that you think that would work. I don't mind backseating. I allow backseating in my stream. I have no idea how to play this game, so as you might have, well, as we were seeing earlier, you get these crystals that gives you experience points, and when you gather enough, you get a level up. Now, every time that you level up, you would have to choose one trait out of the list of 4, and that will be a trait that you will have for the rest of the run. Now, every run is 30 minutes. I have to survive for 30 minutes to finish the stage. And for like every 10 minutes, I think, or every like 7 to 8 minutes, there will be a boss monster that would appear. And I believe once you get to the 30-minute mark, there will be the final boss that you would have to beat, and then you beat the stage. Don't know how to play either, but I'm just gonna put everything on Daka. uh, it's like literally Vampire Survivors with the aesthetic of Diablo, basically, but it has more options than Vampire Survivors. So just like this one, I would need to choose one of these traits. I was thinking about building my attack, my critical hits first, but we don't have really any critical hits here, so we need to choose the next best thing. We can go metabolism though, health regeneration per second. We can invest on that. No crits, only Daka. More bullets, so attack speed. I'm using the exterminator. What he does is he does continuous continuous damage. Although it has a lower damage output than the swordsman or even the archer. It does continuous damage. So what I'm thinking here, and hear me out, maybe we can go with building a crit build with strength. Ooh, 20%. Okay, definitely go with 20%, of course. Or would we go with 10%? Attack speed? Yeah, we can go attack speed. Okay. But hear me out. Well, here's the thing though. As an exterminator, unlike the swordsman or even the archer, I'm already attacking really fast. It's just that my damage isn't as high as the other classes. But I attack really, really fast and continuously, that is. Okay, we're just gonna beat this guy. We're gonna get the perk. If I shoot more bullet per bullet, I can hit more people per Daka. No such thing as fast enough. Isn't this already fast? I'm just continually like having my flamethrower. See that? Okay. So we need phantom blades for this. Trust me, we need phantom blades. I really like phantom blades. Okay. So we either have the burn chance or attack speed, or we can invest on health and defense. But the thing is, why would you need defense if you don't get hit? Just don't get hit, right? So more bullet, more shooty pew pew. Okay, we do attack speed then. Alright, I'll take your advice. More Daka, that is. More Daka it shall be. And I'm not shooting, I'm like I have a blowtorch. I have a flamethrower. I don't have a gun. Should we do movement speed or regeneration? This is hard. Maybe we can go regen for now. Okay, regen. Alright, that is also what I'm thinking. It's regen. We'll go regen. We'll invest on regen as early as now. Okay, so this one, we can either go attack speed for the ability, or we go attack speed for the main attack, or we can do long dick, long fingers. I can get things farther. Yeah, long dick, long fingers. We can do long dick style. Oh my god. Oh my god, all of these are good actually. Um, let's see. We can go with the fire rate for Phantom Needles because I wanted to evolve this one. The evolution for Phantom Needles is really good because it explodes when you fully evolve it. It actually has like an explosion effect when you evolve it for fully. Um, let's see. Let's do pickup range, and we'll get everything else later. We'll do pickup range. I know it's boring. It's a boring choice. I know. I know. And no, for those of you who didn't know, I'm actually playing the prelude version, which is essentially like the demo version of Pulse of Torment. Uh, but the thing is, even the demo version has a lot of content already, and I will definitely actually purchase. I will definitely purchase the full version, and we'll play the full version as well because it has additional like classes. Okay, so we go strength, we go damage, 10% damage. We go big dick for this. We go big dick. Okay, I'm again in the bone zone, but this is good. I can farm some XP. Ow, ow! Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Okay, we can farm some Omega XP for this. Okay, we do quick ends. We do quick ends this time. And maybe we can build on range for this. Whatever gives more Daka. More Daka. We do critical hits. We do criticals. We'll build our critical as well if we can. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. But we're still in the 6 minutes mark anyway, so later will be the real test of the build that we just made. So we'll do critical still. Critical hit chance. Alright. That was dumb. Okay. They're despawning, so that means more shit is coming. Okay, critical damage bonus. Get that, we get that. Okay, so it's not only that. It's actually the boss is coming. We're gonna melt him, we're gonna melt him. Okay, I just need to focus it a little bit. Pardon my silence, because I'm focusing a little bit. Oop. No way. Alright. Kill a total of 10 bosses. Pog. Running shoes. When hit, drop 10 spikes on the ground that deal 100 damage. I can actually put this on the well, but what is this? Oh, Necromancer. Necromancer stuff. Should we get the Necromancer or should we get the Spike Boots? Spike Boots, it creates like spikes when you get hit. And the ring would let you summon bone dudes. Daka and Staba. Uh, Stabas. So, so spike boots then. You can go spike boots. Okay. We can go spike boots. Alright. Alright. So whenever we get hit, spikes would actually come out. If we get hit. Let's see. We go with critical damage. I'm gonna be slowly building, investing on critical damage. Not sure if that's the right choice, but you know. Itadakimasu. Any anime that you were excited this coming season? I was talking about anime earlier, and I was talking about this one anime, Zombie 100. That was an anime that I have been enjoying recently. I don't like anime. Why? Anime is cool. Multi-hit. Should I go with a multi-hit? Should I go with a critical chance or a bonus? Let's build the chance because I have the damage, but I don't have chance. I have been getting good critical damage, but it's not frequent. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that spray. Look at that spray. Of course, we go strength. Of course. No brainer. Because it scales with your crit. Ooh, look at that spray. We're gonna get as much XP as we can from these bone dudes. Because they don't do much. The only real threat for the meantime are these wizard guys. Okay. Anime shovelware. There's like 2 good ones. And the rest are just subpar and there's too many. I show up for streams also the part that I try to be nice, kind, and helpful, and then we talk about anime, and I turn into Mr. Hyde. I'm sorry if we're talking about anime. I'm sorry. Just like anime. I'm a weeb. I'm sorry, but I am a weeb. So I do apologize if I talked about anime. Okay, so well, what are those 2 animes that you like? I'm actually curious. What are those like 2 good ones that you actually like? And here's Static. You know, hates anime but has an anime as fuck anime looking as VTuber avatar. No. We either go with range, we go with pickup, range or pickup. Maybe we'll go with range. We can hit more dudes. Ow. Okay, just kiting them along so I can get these crystals. Or I can go ahead and get the magnet. Don't worry, use the Hero Ace. Oh, Hero Aka? And then I left a slot open in case I remembered another. Hero Aka Okay, Hero Aka is quite overrated. I mean, let's face it, it's quite overrated. But I get why a lot of people like it. I actually get why, because I did follow it for quite a while until I didn't. uh, actually, like Hero Academia, but it kind of got to the point where it like the story got too tedious to follow. You know, that is probably also the reason why I don't watch One Piece. Although I wouldn't like disagree when people say that One Piece has like one of the greatest stories of all time. I wouldn't disagree on that. It's just that the only reason why I'm kind of shying away myself from watching One Piece is the amount of shit that I need to catch up. It's just too long. It's just too damn long at this point. And I'm the kind of person that I don't like really have that much time to invest on like binging an anime with 1,000 episodes. That kind of shied away from me from being, you know. But the thing is, I do like anime, but I like anime that like are actually really compelling. Like for example, Vagabond. I love Vagabond, man. I love it to death. I'm sorry, not Vagabond. Vinland Saga. Vagabond is a manga that I like because I also read manga. Uh, I love Vinland Saga. Even the anime, I love the anime as well. I actually really love how they adapted the anime because Vinland Saga is a manga that I have been already reading way back. Like we're talking about like 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. I was reading the manga for Vinland Saga, and it was only right recently that they made it into an anime. And the manga itself is really good. Most animes I would rather play as in the video game rather than I watch. Then how lame the writing is. I can only see so many mid battle techniques explanations because I want to skip because I can see the pretty punch colors. Okay, I I I I see. I notice, and correct me if I'm wrong for this, because I'm pretty sure I'm wrong for this. I'm pretty sure. I think the main reason why you're not as much into anime is because of the things that you watch already, not the things that you haven't watched yet. I think. So it's not because you don't like anime, that's why you don't watch anime. It's because the anime that you were familiar with are the animes that reminds you of these like stereotypes and these tropes, right? Because let's say fucking love Berserk, and that is an anime, and that is also a manga. So don't tell me that you hate anime but you like Berserk, right? So you don't hate anime, you just hate the tropes that you see on most anime. And here's the thing though, I love me some shonen. I love me some shonen anime, man. Most of the anime that I love are shonen anime. But not Naruto. Well, of course Dragon Ball is something that I like to watch. Not Naruto though, and not One Piece. I'm more of a Dragon Ball dude. I like my punch colors with a little bit of a background weight. That's why I liked about Hero Aka. The fights were animated gorgeously, and a lot of them had weight behind them, and you got high top or the punch punch colors. Most anime are 3 episode floaty battles with no weight, just pretty colors. Yeah. Uh, I love me some punch punch colors, you know. I love me some fucking badass hype colors. That's why I love everything and anything that Studio Trigger does. I love every Studio Trigger anime that that was released by Studio Trigger because of how fucking intense their animation style is. So we do coverage or so we do reach? Hmm. Maybe we can do coverage. We need to make the dick bigger. Okay, here comes the pit bulls. Daka? I already have suit. I have lots of Daka. Daka later. Big dick first. Bigger dick first, and then Daka later. We can do movement speed or health. Maybe we can invest a little with health. Bro, your Scream Elements is driving me insane. Jesus Christ. What? What happened? What is happening? Something happened? Ooh. Ooh. Wait, is something happening with my Scream Elements? Just let me know if there's something like weird happening in my stream. It feels like every time I stream elements, it's like, hey, I am talking now. Oh, the bots. Is that the bots? Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I set the bots to frequently post stuff on chat. I'm gonna go ahead and make them adjustments on that. I'm going to make some adjustments. Also, okay, there you go. Like, going back to the discussion of anime, and I'm sorry that you hate me. I'm sorry that you don't like the topic of the discussion. It's not something you're into. But my point is, there's a lot of anime out there that are really, really good and really like breaking the standards of like archetypes of anime. You know, like for example, I wanted to watch Monster. It's an anime. Monster is from what I heard about Monster, it's a really good anime and a really good manga too. And it's not like your typical uwu, gomenasai, blah blah blah. It's not. As a matter of fact, most of the characters are like foreigners. Even the main antagonist is a foreigner, and the only the protagonist is Japanese. But it's a whole story about a fucking psychopath manipulator that is being like in his quest on like screwing people's lives over and whatnot. Is this guy said it again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just love talking about anime. And again, he said it sarcastically because you're streaming. That's okay. That's fine. I know. We should then make like an anti-anime brigade. Well, I mean, be my guest. But let me tell you, there are lots and lots and lots of good anime out there. Don't be discouraged by the archetypes and the tropes that you would normally see in anime. There's a lot of like anime out there that have compelling stories and whatnot. Weapon proficiency. Let's do. Yeah, let's do attack speed. Use more Daka. And we'll do collateral damage. We'll do the cones. Okay, these spear guys are really screwing me over. Really screwing me over. And I can't rid of them fast enough. Damage, of course, we go for damage, 20%. That's huge dick. Big dick. Okay. Okay, at least I'm able to stop them in time before they stab me. Because that's the thing about the fast skeletons. They're just gonna chase you. Okay, at least I'm surviving a bit. At least I'm surviving a little bit more. Okay, choose an item. Confidence, plus 5 damage for each enemy that in your pickup range. The maximum is 50%. Plate armor, plus 6 block strength and runner shoes. Let's do the collar of confidence. And before we die, we need to go to the well before we actually run out of HP. I need to actually have that put into the well. Because there's a mechanic here wherein on each stage you have a well. You have like a well pail, a well bucket that lets you put an item on there, so that when you go back to the surface, you can retrieve that item, purchase it yourself, purchase the item yourself. So it will be like a permanent thing on your armory that you can equip at any time. If I finish this, if I die on this stage, or if I finish this stage without putting that item onto the well, it will be gone, and I would need to get it again at a random chance in the next run. So let's see. We'll do cone size. Or we'll do cone size. We'll do cone size. Gonna get that other ability. Coming through, coming through, coming through, coming through, coming through, coming through. Of course, attack speed. Okay, attack speed. All right, we'll do that. Okay, my HP is really low now. I don't think I'm gonna survive this, but I did survive longer this time. So that's a good thing. I did survive longer. And I so wanted to read that text, but I can't. I need to concentrate. Okay, I think I'm near. Heat Blast. Dragon's Breath knocks enemies. Let's go Heat Blast. Alright, let's go into Heat Blast. It pushes back enemies. So, I think that could be useful. That could be useful. I so wanted to read your chat, but I'm about to die. Strength. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. So I wanted to get to the well at least. Let me reach the well at least. Let me reach there. That well. Reach the well. Please let me reach the well. The needles damage. Alright. Get that. Let me reach the well at least. Let me reach the well. Please let me reach the well, please. Okay, alright. For some miracle of God, I was able to reach the well. Let me just gonna put this. Just gonna put this before I die at least. More crits. Although, I don't think it matters now because I'm about to die. Don't think it matters now because I'm being screwed over. Okay. I mean, static, there is like something. There is a thing that is, if it's thing, too much of something isn't good, Anyway, one moment. Okay, I'm just gonna read a couple more, alright? My best friend loves anime, watch it nearly, and I don't have the heart to stop talking to you about it. Yeah, there's just too much. If there's too much of a thing, it's not good, you know. So every now and again, we won't be hanging out when he goes to a tangent about some anime moment or whatever, and I have to get the polite "damn" or "that's cool" until he stops. You just can't, There are like people like that. Even me, that I do watch anime and I do love anime, but I do also get annoyed by people that just talks all the time about anime, especially anime that I'm not really interested of. You know, you will get a little bit annoyed as well. Even me. Bro, when I hate most about weebs, no offense for you, isn't targeted for you. No, of course, no offense taken. When you have a weed writer friends, the media you consume attracts what you write. So because all of they watch is trash and writing is trash, they can't look at it critically because they watch so much trash that it seems normal for them for their story to not have any grounding in reality. So you have like a nice novel-like story about the guy losing his wife to cancer, and the guy has blue hair and a metal arm. Yeah, and that's where I like basically draw the line. That's where I basically like draw the line. There's this just like this point where it's like just too much, you know. It's just too much of the thing. Like it's okay to enjoy things, but when you are just like obsessed with it too much, that's where you're like, that's not good. But anyway, we are almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. Watch your brain. Watch a movie too. Watch Inception. Anyway, one last weeb thing. Okay, one last weeb thing. I promise, and I'm gonna actually have to dip out now. But one last weeb thing. If you really wanted something like that Inception level, watch Steins Gate. That anime is really good. It really good. Go for it while I unfollow. one la- Just give me this one thing. Just give me one thing, please. Oh, what was the name? Steins Gate. STINS. I'm just gonna type it. Steins Gate. Yeah, that one. If you actually love Inception, like that kind of storytelling, watch that one, Steins Gate. I like Black Lagoon. Didn't finish it though. Black Lagoon is really good, really good. But anyway, enough of that. I would need to dip out now. It's been actually a really good stream. We have a lot of things to talk about. We have some new people. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for chatting, joining the discussion. Or even if you're passing by, that's perfectly fine for me. So I'm gonna be streaming. I don't know, so that's why I would highly suggest. That you follow my Twitter. That's twitter.com/RyuShinden, so you will know whenever I stream, or whenever I do some stuff, or whenever I think some stuff, whatever. So, again, I do appreciate you hanging out with me, chilling out with me in the Brave Base. I'm gonna let you know whenever I stream. So anyway, thank you so much. I'll be signing out. And as always, brave on. Bye bye. Who should we raid? Should we raid someone? Let me check. Let me just check really quick. We can raid someone. But all of them are asleep. All of my friends are asleep, so never mind. Never mind. I'm just gonna go ahead and sleep now. Depends. I want to raid someone you like or some asshole I like. We can raid someone that you like. How about that? We can raid someone that you like. As long as we can raid someone. Raid GRS Witty. Who is that? GRSVTY. Okay. We'll just raid GRSVTY then. And he's doing D&D. Okay. Fellow enjoyer. So we'll just raid him. GRSVTY. VITY. D&D to D&D. Okay. We'll raid him. Give me one moment. Okay, sending some love from the Brave Base. Just let them know that we're sending love from the Brave Base. And I'm gonna go ahead and dip now. Right? Gonna go ahead and dip. So again, thank you so much for watching. And as always, brave on. Bye bye. Bye bye.